Right, and we are live. We are back with another episode of Survivors of Tarnstead. We're going to start in our usual
She's
minute of
threatening
introduction,
us.
which is the part
Help
where I
us.
called out your name and you reply. This is that part.
Yay!
First up, Blackheart is not here. He is on his way home from work. Will be a bit late, so that's fine. But we do have,
Somebody's goofed up his schedule.
yeah. So we do have Kronos as,
Shaksa and Rotskala.
Heten as,
Hilde.
Marcus as,
Corvus Aralas.
Sammy as,
General Gift and Greysteel.
Tobias as.
Espiat Peel Stillshod.
You have me, Yuli, as your friendly DM. Who would like to give the recap?
I will give the recap. Fair warning, though. Buster's really angry about how we've been doing roll call, and he started growling.
It can be an angry recap.
He's angry.
Could you count him into the
Buffer, you want to be on the recap? No, okay. So last time on Survivors of Tarnstead, we were kind of coming back to our senses of Corvus had just died. Just to be clear, this is Corvus, the alternate, not Corvus, the one that currently runs in the party. Which I find it funny. Corvus, the original, has been downgraded. So anyway, he got decapitated by Tilde. Gifton started sobbing over the corpse. Some people started immediately talking about destroying the body. I believe it was Shaxan and James and some others that were saying, you know, we need to make sure he can't come back. Corvus started talking about it a little bit. Gifton started bawling, saying, please no, please no, please no. She freaked out a bit while people were trying to do things to Corvus's body. She ran around, rezzed some people, went upstairs and hung out with Heartcount, which was a great time. Meanwhile, the party continued doing stuff downstairs, looting bodies, checking out the various strange gentlemen. They took off the mask of one of the strange gentlemen and found out it's also a Corvus. This one doesn't have the empty eyes. So he doesn't have the eyes from the Azoth. Upon that realization, it was oh no, what if the other strange gentlemen are also Corvus? They continued kind of checking everything over. Lady Gentle took the radioactive rock out, instructed people to take their anti-radiation medicine. I'm assuming I took it when I was upstairs. I didn't really think about it, but I probably should have. So I'm assuming I did that during my wait time, because I would have known to take it probably. We had, I believe, a big kerfuffle about Corvus wanted a box, like a proper coffin. He literally asked the vampire, do you have a coffin? He ended up getting a box, which was the box we had brought with the weird symbols on it, to stuff some of the bodies in. He put his own dead body of the copy of him, or the original of him, into a bag that he had originally brought his dad in. And I guess we just left all the other undead bodies just laying around. And we left one body clean for Heartcount. Me, Cassie, helped out with Heartcount's big fake out of being assassinated upstairs. Carrick and Cassie and me were on the official of, we were present when this all happened. I stayed behind, gave the...
As a quick interject, Carrick and Cass actually did help the guards clean up all the other bodies.
Okay. But I know that Carrick and Cass were basically upstairs, were part of the lingo of the official story. Carrick eventually teleported everybody but Gifton back after Corvus, Lady Gentle, and Raziel had already teleported back with some of the bodies, which caused a weird thing at the teleportation circle, but Raziel just kind of waved them off. They went back, the group of them, to Corvus's house. When Shaxan, Carrick, and etc. got there, they went to Corvus's house as well, I think, except for Tilde and Cassie. Cassie went to go immediately start working on the coffin. Tilde kind of, I think, went with. And then while they were down in the basement of Corvus's house, a lot of revelations started coming up. Corvus started having a real big breakdown about who he is as a person, the kind of things he could have done, what he's capable of, and stuff like that. Raziel was staring him down and just was like, okay, but you're not a bad person. Here, I'll show you why. Here, I'll promise you anything terrible that you want in the whole wide world. Take my gun and shoot Shaxan, and I will grant it to you. See, you're not doing it, so you're not. Why did you pull a gun on me? Why are you shooting me? Okay, maybe you are a bad person. So he kind of suddenly shot Rizal. Luckily, Rizal had a shield ability, and Corvus didn't counterspell that. Rizal grabbed him briefly with, I don't know, Big B's hand or some sort of rock grab thing to immobilize him while he left because Corvus was armed. And Lady Gentle felt that was awkward, and she helped a little bit downstairs, but also kind of left because she was like, I'm just gonna go let people know I'm alive. We have the two science boys stay down there overnight, bonding and tearing apart versions of Corvus, figuring out all the weird surgical stuff, removing all the different equipment, and talking about all the different things, realizing that there's a lot of stuff that doesn't work on Corvus because he's anti-magic. Eventually, morning comes. Cassie has gotten pretty much a good part of the coffin thing squared away. She needs a bunch of metal pieces made for like hinges and probably not hinges, but probably the handles and stuff like that. Little metal bits she wanted. So she went off to hardware. So she went off to go hit up some blacksmithies to get that done. I went to the tavern, found out from Raziel all sorts of bad shit. We ended up having a big group conversation. I tried to get Corvus to hand over his gun because, as Shaq said, it was something that compels him to do evil acts. So he said it wasn't really Corvus's fault. It was the gun. So I wanted the gun. Corvus wouldn't give me the gun. So I decided to say, well, Corvus doesn't get any more ammo. And I've gone about starting to say no ammo for Corvus for those guns because I don't trust that gun. The coffin gets complete by Cassie over the course of this day. I suggested using the metal melter thing to destroy the other two bodies. We had a really awkward conversation about where do you want to get buried. We agreed to take the Corvuses, which we believe there are 3 of them that we have in tow, up to Tarnstead to go bury them. I ran off with Telday to the airship, and we were ferrying the little light creatures out to Hea's continent from the airship, so that way they could go free. One of them is obsessed with Telday because he's extremely reflective, and they like him, and they like to go I'm in danger with lights. And I believe we were... At one point, I got a message from Shaxan asking me to go teleport in and check in on Albrecht. I said, unfortunately, I was mostly teleported out because I just kind of assumed that how I got home that day was I had Dingus make the doorway from the airship to the house because I would have used all my teleports probably. So we did that, and I think that's mostly where we ended the day. Was Cassie ended up doing that. We did also have a thing where I talked to a bunch of officials with the town guard and stuff like that, making sure the official story is as good as it could be for up north.
Yep. Okay. Very nice. Go ahead and take yourself an inspiration.
Standard inspiration.
He says a little.
Wah.
Right. We are going to resume in the next morning. Everyone having gotten a chance to rest up.
Oh, and Cassie or RG had her babies.
Yes.
Twins.
Twinsies.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we resume in the morning. Everyone having gotten a chance to rest up. Gifton. Actually, no, I should check. Who holds the is it one of the Guermagia communication things that the High General has?
I have a
yes.
sending stone to High General, and I think also Shaxton gave him the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in that case, he will use the readily available one rather than his emergency communication one. Shaxton, you are going to be awoken rather early in the morning by sort of an insistent, hello? You awake yet? Well, it's time to get up either way. Hello? Is this thing working?
Oh, is this thing on? tap 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 tap.
There's actually a good chance he's probably up anyways.
Yeah,
I
you.
like to think that you get the few
No,
sounds of
no.
him hitting
The players
chain
don't
on
get to be up forever. Right. Very early in the morning. We're talking about 4 a.m.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
I
gonna,
figure Shanks rides around 6.
yeah, gonna start putting a kibosh on people saying they're already up.
I go to sleep.
There's insistent sort of tapping on the microphone as well.
I think he's literally.
I think
hitting
everyone knows
against
that sound of.
Dum, dum, dum,
Yeah.
dum.
Boom, boom, boom.
Mhm.
Jax will come back and go, yes, hello, I am awake. What is going on?
Oh, marvelous. Just wanted to find out. Well, I've got reports of this whole altercation at Harcounts that, General Greysteel and so on were involved with. Is everyone okay?
Everyone is fine, yes.
That was good. Well, on that
That is
matter,
the issue
we.
of the alternates of Corvus.
Oh, that's marvelous. On similar notes, we have taken. Well, shit. Does he actually know her real name? Yeah, he would. 1 second.
I
Yeah,
go,
it's-
the lady.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Lady Gentle Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Melissa.
It's Melissa, yeah.
No, it's not.
No, it's
Oh,
her code
that's
name.
that was the code name. Okay. All right. Well, I was like, in my notes, it's Lady Melissa, because I was like, I'll check.
We have the Lady Alistair in custody.
Crickets.
Jax will.
Meredith Alistair. The Lady Gentle.
Ah, yes, she had not said the real name with us.
Well, yes.
If you can check her neck, if there's not a mark there, then she is the one that was not taken by the alternate Corvus, and she is okay. She's the one who assisted us.
There's a few moments of silence before you hear. You were saying we could have the wrong one.
There too, yes.
That would explain why she came to us willingly, saying that she was. I'll get back to you. And you hear the pearl actually being put down on the table, and then footsteps going away. Uh-huh.
Dead air for 25 notes of sound, and then turns off.
Yep. Yep. About 20 seconds goes by before the line goes silent. And yeah, you want to go back to sleep?
Honestly, given he figures that Stennis is probably going to get back to him, he's just going to calmly sit up and start tinkering with the parts he had Carrick get him before he'd been carrying with him for starting to make the familiar.
Okay, in that case,
And yeah, I'll take any sleep loss things that come with that.
about 40 minutes later, I'm just gonna use the word link pearl because no com. That's it. That's the word.
Calm.
Yes.
Yes, the com goes off again, and yeah, well, that's what we call in the military a big whoopsie. Yes, no mark on neck. So you're saying that's good one?
Yes, she is the one that is fine. And to be fair, I don't think, as far as I know, your government has not had many times of interacting with time displaced or multiples of the same person without use of clone spells or simulacrum.
This is not
Boy, you're using a lot of sex words here.
Don't know exactly what you're saying, but if you're vouching for her, then
I am, yes.
right. Okay. Well, if you could get Gifton to send me a message sometime during the day, I suppose I could wait. What time is it? Where's my clock?
It is about 4:40 in the morning.
When you see her in a natural time, I'm going to go take a
I
nap.
will do so. That is fair.
And then after that, you just hear the pole being put down again, and sound of scraping furniture as somebody tries to get into a sort of office position to sleep before it goes dead.
Jax will sit for a minute just to make sure it's not going to start back up with an extra bit, and then go calmly put the tools down and go lay back down for a couple more hours.
Okay. Alright. The normal morning routine is what brings most other people awake. The bustle of beacon, usual. There's some crowing. People have roosters and so on. And soon enough, you're all either having breakfast or heading to Carrick's to have breakfast, or so on and so forth. And I
Corvus
must.
is a little different. His stubble and goatee is shaved, and his hair is more combed and trimmed appropriately. Not
He's no longer evil, Corvus.
Oh my god, is this Corvus's midlife crisis? What?
He doesn't look homeless
No.
anymore.
It doesn't look homeless anymore. Exactly.
This is
I mean,
Corvus's
I know what he's wearing. He
post-life
looks
crisis.
Less homeless.
Less homeless.
Okay, I'm going to assume the non-family crew are having their usual breakfast at Carrick's.
Mm-hmm.
So
That makes sense.
Yeah.
safe assumption.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm having breakfast with family.
Yep. Strange enough, Carrick's Tavern has neither Carrick nor his wife. This is just a few of the hired-on servers and so on that are dealing with things. The breakfast is alright. It's not its usual grand affair here. You're used to eating when Carrick's here. But it's alright. It suffices. And there's Corvus coming in with a rather clean look by his standards.
Jax will call me beating just let him go. I see you cleaned up your head a bit. Have you thought about doing the rest of it?
The vest.
You have viscera still left since your clothing. You have quite some time.
Oh. Right. No, I just suppose a moment decision, I guess. It's finally sitting down to relax for the first time in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to really deal with that, don't you?
What's
I
it
guess-
down to relax?
No, I guess you had to trim spines or nails if you don't want certain parts of your...
I did
What's
have
for
to work
breakfast?
on file down. I did have to file down my claws on one hand for a while, the other less so.
Yes.
Currently, I do have to keep a bit of sandpaper on just to keep this arm under control.
Yeah. Is that
It's new.
actively growing?
It does slowly. It is much more manageable after Titania did something to it to make it a little more controlled.
That was Oberon's thing he did with you.
Correct.
My intrigue would be like, what happens if you just let it grow? But we won't get into that. You turn into a tree person. An ent. Maybe that's what ents are from.
Yeah, given the first night there was a tree branch growing out of my shoulder, I would assume so.
That's the
Could be worse.
could be worse.
Also, have you seen Lucian around?
I have not. So I assume you'll be here for, given he's in town, you'll probably be here for breakfast fairly soon.
Yes. That's good.
Meanwhile, over the Brockgren household, Lucian is paying a visit.
Hey, Lucian, you have some jam with some toast?
Oh, yes, marvellous jam on toast. No one stuck to it this time, I hope.
Nope, nobody today.
And back at the tavern, there is the sound of boots on, wood as Raziel is coming down, looking a little dishevelled in that just woken up way. This just gives you all a casual wave as he heads over the bar to get something quick to eat. You see he's just gotten some bread with some cold meats in it. And he turns to the table and then pauses, his eyes narrowing a little at Corvus.
I can leave if you want.
Is this another one?
No, that is the same one he cleaned up.
So he does still look a little threadbare.
The clothing could use some cleaning, yes.
No. I'll make him something new. That stuff needs to be burned. How long have you been wearing that?
This is what Gifton has made me like 6 months ago. 2 days.
Okay, so 6 months and 10,000 years. Got it. Needs to be burned. It's kind of alive.
No. This has been in my house. I've already gotten rid of my previous dress.
Okay, definitely not burning it then.
Yes.
Like poison someone. And Cass is just kind of grinning over at him.
Oh, cleaning up your act and turning your life around, good for you. And he's sort of like sidestepping around the table and just giving the little finger guns before he turns and walks out the door, heading off with his breakfast.
Keeps doing that, I am going to do that again to him.
I don't think you will survive the next one.
Wow.
Either him or Gifton will do something terrible to you.
He gives us all a free shot. Face it. That's why I didn't take it. That's why I haven't taken a second shot at him.
Wait, everyone gets a free shot?
I took a shot at him.
Later on, Raziel just screaming, I didn't agree to this, as people.
Just steady point blank with a hunting rifle is that everyone gets one. What?
There was never this agreement.
It's implied. I mean, 3 of us have taken a shot at him.
3 of you.
That I took a shot at him. Corvus took a shot, and I think Thaldir took a shot at him.
Oh,
We weren't there with Aldir when that happened. We don't know about that.
Did you mention it?
No.
I think Raziel has since mentioned that Thaldir punched him.
mm-hmm.
I don't remember that.
There was the alternate timeline where Thaldir did throw James under the bus, literally. Or carriage. It would be carriage, wouldn't it, in this reality?
Nope.
Talday.
Talday.
Talday. Talday.
No, Talday is a little kobold on an airship.
No, that's Tally.
Over at the Brooklyn house. There was a knocking on the door. And
I'll go get it.
Mm-hmm. And James is just standing there, sort of chewing on a mostly finished piece of roll with some meat in it right now.
He's just getting a sudden hug.
And he gives you a one-handed hug back, one-armed, sort of holding his food away from you, not for fear of you eating it, but for any passengers that you might have.
Like,
basically out of sight of the door frame because of pseudo dragons and children.
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Right. So no really agreed upon schedule, but I figured me and Lucian should get to work.
Yeah. Where do you want the radio?
But, right. I'm radio man now. Right.
Because I figure we should probably put it near your workspace and
bring it out to what forge are we using?
we got one out back, and I'm pretty sure Rizem and Care can avoid doing any other projects while we're working on this. Do you want it out there in the smithy?
May as well.
All right, we'll set it up out there.
Yes.
Also, did you want any help? I could probably make a brief stone structure if you want something separate.
That might not be a bad idea. What's the largest structure you can make that doesn't interfere with your property?
I don't know. I can cast Wall of Stone a lot, so it's kind of big.
He's sort of gestures about a bit and goes,
I
actually,
could make something about the size of the barn. Would that work?
we're a little far out from town, but I was thinking maybe heading a little bit more past your property.
I
Well,
can
that's
also
aside.
move the earth a bit. We could do it underground. Make an underground
Oh,
entry. A little off the visual, and we could. You're good with illusion magic. We could maybe slam a fake rock over it, kind of like what they did at the place in the woods.
not a bad idea, although I like to have line of sight. If that makes sense. Be able to see things coming rather than suddenly they have entered my underground lair and I'm trapped.
Okay.
So just a stone structure above ground would be nice.
All right. Well, I'll go work on that then.
Yes. Marvelous. And he's sort of going to lean his head past you a bit as if looking in your house and going, so, I was thinking that you've got
Yeah?
your door to the Fae, yes?
Yeah.
Maybe we should get this whole army trip done.
You want to do that now?
Not entirely, but it might be appropriate. After you've eaten and such, of course.
Well, I'm finishing up mine when you finish up yours, and we'll get Dadriel and go do it.
Sounds grand.
All right. Oh, I'm going to sit there and eat my meal, and I'll go chase children for a little bit while Raziel eats his.
Are we bringing anybody else with us?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I guess Carrick. I hate to leave the group without anybody around that can teleport, but
Well, it's always Corvus to get people out of trouble's way.
yeah, I guess we could see if Carrick wants to go, and I know when I talked to Telday about it, he recommended bringing Shaxan because he's a bit of a magic aficionado for items, but I'm not sure how much he would know about things displaced in time over this much.
Well, he's got a creative mind, so he might be able to extrapolate things at the very least.
I'm also kind of concerned that I'd be taking away a support measure from Corvus if I steal Shaxan away from him right now.
Then we could move as an entire group.
Oh, taking Cassie into the Fae?
Listen, we're on somewhat good terms with them, aren't we? Maybe any mishaps will be forgiven.
We are, but, she has a tendency to just... lightning.
Look, she's come back to life once. I'm sure we'd get her back again. He says with a sort of grim smile.
Yeah. I'll nod, and I'll get a hold of everybody. We'll just go as a group then. Okay.
Good. Yes.
I have one out of character question, you. I this morning woke up with true sight. Does Raziel look any different to me?
Oh, Gifton.
Where you do this to yourself?
Where wings once were, where wings have not been, you are actually starting to see something again. But instead of a sort of defined silhouette, a suggestion of angelic power, it's something oily, like oil and gaseous fumes and general unpleasantness seeping from his back. And just something about his suggested shape and form seems off, foul. Only slightly, but it's there.
All right. Well, I'll get a hold of everybody.
Grand. I'll
Eat your breakfast and have a good time with the kids. Is Ricky with you?
It's a good question, actually. I can't see him anymore when he's invisible. So, Rick Beale? Rick Beale?
Ricky?
No.
Oh. I wonder what he's spirited himself off to.
I don't know. I've assigned him so many tasks over the years that he just goes to and from taking care of. That's what I assume he's doing.
Yeah, I assume so too. All right, well, I'm gonna go get a hold of everybody, and you just be your beautiful self. The kids are really gonna be excited when they see their Unky again. I think they're currently trying to untie Lucian's boots.
Grand. I'm going to go teach them a new greeting that I've learnt.
Oh, what is that?
He just points his finger guns at you.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm
Yes.
gonna do it back.
Yes.
Is that like? Where'd you learn that?
I don't know. I saw Ladies Gentle do it, and I like it. I've got to learn those new affectations.
Well, I mean, she is pretty good at knowing like what's, appropriate in society nowadays.
Yes.
Right?
No,
she's
not really
giving
seen
me
anyone else
looks.
do this, but you know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll I have a finger gun him. See you later.
See you later. This is a greeting that implies shooting. I don't know. And he's just gonna wander into your house.
And I'll hit the pearl for Shaxan. Shaxan, if you're able to, could you relay to everybody that is interested? I'm going to be doing a trip into the Fae to the armory, and if everyone wants to come help, we could do that. Please leave your iron behind, is the request.
Jax will relay back saying, I can do that. I'm sitting here with most of them now, and I can stop by Carrick's on the way or just message him. Also, the General Stenhouse has asked you to send him a message.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to be.
Ignore that. Sorry.
James is doing his eating thing right now. I'm gonna go burn a couple. I'm just burning some spell slots doing the stone thing. I'll burn like 3 slots on that.
Okay.
Making a stone building, and I will take out my sending stone to General Stenhouse, because this is how I get a hold of him. And be like, General, this is General Greysteel, reporting in as you requested. What is the what can I help you with, sir? So I have no idea.
After a moment, you get a reply back of blast. Didn't think this through. You can't reply to me after this. Just hold on. Going to go find a mage, and that's the end of the message.
I'll look at my sending stone and go, huh.
Right.
Wait, I have a radio in my house.
You do.
I'm gonna go pick up the radio and see if there's like anything to dial in Winden.
Oh, Jesus. I believe I had said that there was going to be a direct line communication with him with that.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, he's wandered out of the room. So
Hello,
you're sitting there. You're sitting there trying it for a little bit because you know
Sir?
this is a signal to Winden.
Sir!
And then you just hear sort of
Sir?
faintly in the distance. I'm sorry, Marston. I just need your services for a little.
Hey,
You hear
sir?
something?
Does this work?
Oh,
Hello?
oh, right. Yes, that
I
thing.
think it's broken.
And-
James, I think it's broken.
It's not broken.
Stop hitting it on the table. You're
And
gonna break
then you hear like the sound as if something's being moved off of top of whatever's on his side, and you just hear the hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Who am I talking to?
This is High General Stenhouse.
This is General Greysteel.
Marston, go away. Thank you, Marston. Right, okay, yes, this thing. Must remember this thing's here. Threw a shirt over it and
I just set this up.
so Lady Gentle has been released. You'll be
Why was
happy
she
to know.
apprehended? What's going on?
Because you told us your party told us to arrest her if we saw her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, we dealt with the doppelganger problem.
Yes, Shaxton was kind enough to inform me that this is apparently the real time one.
I was very distraught yesterday. I had to kill my friend, so I was very confused. I should have told you sooner, sir. Sorry.
Who did you kill?
I had to kill Corvus.
He knows about the other Corvus. Jack even mentioned it.
The bad Corvus, not the good Corvus, but it looked like my Corvus.
Marvelous.
So
Wait, was this the altercation at Lord Harkount's?
Yes, we're burying him.
Did you lie on an official report, Lady Greysteel?
Yes, I did. And I'll do it again.
This doesn't log anything, does it? And you hear the radio sort of being shook.
Listen, I'm the first Fey General. You better expect I'm gonna lie.
About that, I'm finishing off a bit of paperwork here. Getting your forces together, putting in transfer orders. What is your regiment called?
You call your regiment something?
Yes. Well, you'll have a numerical designation, of course, but most get their little alias.
Ah, okay. Can we call ourselves the Folly?
The Folly. That's going to be very disheartening, but yes.
I don't know.
Name it like everything else. The Forge Hammer.
I can't use the Forge Hammer again. We've already used that. Shit.
The Thaldir.
Thaldir's hammers.
Thaldir's hammers. Wow.
Actually, shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Glass breakers.
Glass breakers.
Shatterers.
Shoot.
Window smashers.
Hello?
Call my regiment the Answer.
The Answer.
Yep.
The Answer. That's unusual, but certainly. What are they answering?
Me.
A dangerous question against fate. It'll be great.
Okay, right. Hang on.
Listen,
This
I've
is
got
my-
Gauze wanting me to kill Morgani. I've got a lot on my plate right now.
1 second, this is my quill hand, and you hear the radio being shuffled to the other hand, and sort of scratching noises. Okay.
By the way, could you do me the small favor later of just write down Lady General's actual name that was given?
Yes. I can
That's
indeed.
good.
No, why am I writing it over there? There you go. Alright. Okay. So, what are you doing now?
Do you really want to know?
I mean, yes.
All right, well, I'm about to put together a crack team of individuals that you might know to go into the Feywild to pilfer into their armory of magic weapons and things like that before we go off.
This isn't going to cause a diplomatic incident, is it?
No, I've got the key, and I've been told I can do whatever I want in there. I've also offered to let us fight one of the dragons in there.
Oh, grand. Marvellous. That's a weight off of us.
That's one dragon that we could do, but I'm thinking we might want to use the really hard one, because the Fae will help us fight it. I don't know how you tell which of the first dragons is the hard one,
I was
though.
going to ask, so that is certainly a way to phrase it.
But the main thing is we have assistance from them versus the first dragon. They're on board.
Okay, well, I'm going to take care of this. You take care of that. We both have very important work to do.
It's very important work, very important purpose. Where are these gentlemen going to be? And you didn't happen to get me any people that are good at helping run an airship, did
which
you?
gentleman? Wait, when you say gentlemen,
Officers, soldiers,
Um,
units.
well,
people.
right now they're scattered about. They'll be brought here, to be briefed on what they're actually doing and such. I mean, I have some Air Force personnel that are assigned to you. There's quite a few people that should be experienced with operating airships, although I'm afraid you've only been assigned one transport ship.
But we have our ship, so... I was just looking for backup in Hexenreich. We might try to fight a dragon there, for all I know.
Right. Yes, taking on the armed forces of Hexenreich, certainly.
Now, well, you're sending a general over there. What do you want?
Listen, I don't understand what is happening anymore.
I don't know either, and I'm just saying.
But
I'm just asking if do you have anybody who's just good at running ship? I don't want necessarily somebody who does guns. I'm looking for possibly a soldier that can help run the ship because I want to know that I've.
You have multiple people that can operate an airship. Yes.
Okay, good. But are they necessary for the other ship?
You hear these sort of rifling of papers. And they should be able to get by.
All right. Well, we might steal water too, just to have a backup, just so. I'd hate to have something.
Okay,
happen
I have
there.
to put the paperwork through first, Lady Greysteel, General Greysteel.
Well, what is this paperwork thing?
Did you realize that we work under a governmental body here? And if we want to move men from one person's control to another's, we have to write that down. Do you think we just... No, you probably do think we just, tell people to go places and then forget about them.
Yeah.
We're an organized force, General Greysteel.
Oh, well... I don't give you enough credit for what you do. I thought we just
don't.
did what we wanted.
Why do you think I sit in an office all day?
I thought it was because you were very important.
I am. It's true. That is the reason. But that's because a very important person has to do a lot of writing.
I don't want to be a general. I really don't.
No, you get to be one of the fun generals out on the battlefield. Oh, I missed that. No, I don't. Alright, I'll get back to you.
Okay, bye.
Trades.
By the way, have you got somebody to figure out who your backup is?
Don't ask me questions, and you just hear the radio go dead.
Oh, he knows how to turn that one off.
Hey, he knows that one off. He doesn't want to hear me no more. Okay, sorry.
Alright. Okay, so yes, in the tavern, I assume Shaxton, you're informing people what's going on.
Yep. So basically tell them, okay, we're going to be meeting over at Giftons later. They've requested we leave our iron weaponry if you have them at home. And yeah.
Corvus just kind of looks at Cass.
What?
All right.
Are your shoes still iron?
She doesn't have those shoes.
That's what I've been forgetting.
Yeah, you don't have shoes on.
Yeah, she's not shod right now.
Would you like a set? Would you like a set
No
made?
wonder I hate running so much right now.
I wonder.
It hurts.
Everything is gritty and gravelly and just irritable.
Would you like a steel set made?
I was thinking harder.
The meteoric iron.
I don't know if Gifton will let me near that right now.
I don't think she's letting any of us near that right now.
Isn't some of the dwarven metals harder? Like, what is it? Adamantine and so like?
Adamantite.
Way to access that currently.
Adamantite. Those would be some very expensive shoes. But no, it was I guess.
But I will need to be shooed at some point because I completely forgot that. I've been so busy doing other things.
Lord Oberon is kind of
keep him 30 feet away from me.
Yeah. Bit of a neutral ally. Yeah. Ally by necessity or by convenience?
Literally a god in that realm. Don't fuck with him.
So, alright, well, I'm gonna get my stuff together and I guess meet at Gifton's place then.
Sounds like a good plan. I'm going to go drop off a box of ammunition at my house.
Box of okay.
Iron rounds.
You asked me to take iron, and I have iron bullets.
I'll meet you also then.
Sounds good. And I think we're all disseminating to do our shit and get there.
I assume you inform Carrick on the way to your
yeah, Shax will
radio him.
Yeah, radio him when it seems that he might not be in the middle of eating breakfast or something. He's trying to be polite.
Yep. Okay. All right. A bunch of you are able to sort of get your things sorted, get things in order. Oh dear, sorry. Still feeling a little sick. Maybe lost my train of thought. All right. The matter of the bodies and the funeral. Are you just going to sort of leave that be for now?
I think that one. If we're planning on going raiding, I think we might want to leave it for a little bit.
Okay, so no one really talks about it at breakfast. Bit of a
We've agreed
topic.
that there's going to be a funeral, but I mean, literally, we could slap some general repose on them and let them be for a bit.
Yeah,
and that might not be bad if Corvus wants to ask more questions.
But I assume you're just keeping them stored safely in your cellar.
It's a cold room.
Yeah.
So I mean.
Before long, you are all gathered up. Carrick is the latest. You can see he's a little disheveled, a little bit doofy looking. Yeah. But you all gather up at Gifton's place. Or at least outside of it. She sort of headed out to meet you all. So you're kind of murdering about.
I'm kind of making sure to not bring everybody into the house because getting away from all those children is complicated.
It is a complicated thing.
It is a very
anything riding with us.
Yeah.
I mean, there's literally one child that I trust out of all of that. The rest of them are
devils. Yeah. Dingus is preening your hair currently, just like sort of running strands of it through his teeth.
Basically having Toril run around with James and Lucian helping them out. I figured the kid would enjoy having something to do.
Yep. And by the time you were leaving, James and Lucian were actually getting to work with Rasem. Care was helping your mother and father watch over the kids still. Yes, and they were just moving some stuff over by the time you were leaving. Yes.
I'm gonna give that look of is Roselle coming or is he staying? He's staying.
Nope. He actually tells you he'll be with you soon. If you wanted to get Dadriel in order first.
Yeah, I will do a prayer to get Dadriel on. And any last minute things before I call Dadriel?
Can think of?
No, so it's all good.
Did Teldai come?
Yeah, I would have come.
Okay.
I'm assuming we would pick them up when we were having
I will pray to my dearest older brother Dadriel. Long may he feathery reign.
Okay. After a moment, there is the usual fluttering of wings that accompanies an angel arriving, and you see Dadriel standing before you all. Dressed a bit differently now. He actually seems to be wearing a lot of the tribal clothing that the barbarians of the south wear.
It's gonna noticeably squint for a minute when he shows up. Like bright.
Are you okay, little sister?
This is my eyes are a little more sensitive lately. Sorry. I just forgot how glorious you were for a moment.
Are you using some form of true sight?
No, I can see things better today, though.
Okay. Well, just you'll get used to it. And he sort of pauses awkwardly and goes, "Am I too glorious to embrace you?"
Oh, I don't think I'm glorious enough. I forgive him.
And you are briefly lifted off of your feet as he gives you a very, very squeezing hug before setting you back down. And he looks to everyone else and goes, "All right, so we all going into the Feywild together?"
Raz will be here in a moment. He's just getting Lucian squared away.
Marvelous.
Lucian, Raz, Dadriel's here.
There's a little clattering of metal before Raz comes up, just sort of wiping his hands off. And the moment he steps into view, you see a soft frown appear on Dadriel's face before he smiles again and quickly moves to embrace Raziel. And he turns to you, Gifton, and just goes, "Right then, sister, lead the way."
All right. And, I'm going to Dingus do it. Me.
Yeah. Dingus is actually going to hop down from you and do a sort of glorious... He's putting a lot of theatrics into this now, spreading his wings out, raising up on his legs. Me. And with a flap of his wings, the portal opens up.
Wow. I swear it gets better every time.
Dingus bobs his head excitedly.
I'll motion everybody in.
And everyone starts to move through. Dadriel actually one of the first to step through, just sort of bowing his head down and moving in.
You're not going to get ambushed by a unicorn, are you?
A what?
There's a screaming sound as Dadriel's hauled off.
And he steps through, and Raz follows after, and everyone moves on through. Anyone hesitating? Anyone staying behind?
Nope. Cass just kind of trotting through, just like, yeah.
Right, and you all arrive at the bridge of Lord Dingus.
Oh, we're back at the most beautiful place in the world. Let's give Dingus a scritchy. Well, let's start walking. Focus in your minds. Think about the armory. Think about the symbol that I'm wearing, and the world will take us there. We're just gonna start walking down the path.
You letting Gifton go ahead of everybody? Follow behind her?
She's the
Cass
general.
has never really seen the face, so Cass is kind of
Yeah, this is
taking it in.
very, very pretty, Cass. Some familiar water there. So we'll take another splash.
Come play with us.
No, she's kind of giving the water the eye of, like, I'm watching you.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a wide berth.
Yeah.
Right, you all start walking down the path, letting Gifton lead the way. Gifton, you keep this place settled in your mind. And sort of James actually follows alongside you, and just as if he's talking to himself, is describing it as he walks with you, as if just to help give a better mental picture.
I'm nodding to him, and I'm looking at him and I go, thank you. Anything you can tell me what it looks like helps every bit. But we just have to focus on where we want to be.
Gifton, I would like a wisdom roll from you, please.
If I fail this, we're going to a flower field. That's what's happening. You know what? I'm going to burn a card so I have advantage. I'll grab the card when I'm rolling the advantage. Good thing I did. Okay. Which card's going goodbye?
Bye card.
Okay. As you turn
This one.
the corner in the path, after what could be 5 minutes, could be an hour. Again, things are weird here. You come across what looks like to be the gateway to a flower garden. I don't know if you've all seen those sort of metal gates, trellised, and lovely bushes growing right behind them, twining through. Although rather than metal, this looks like the bushes themselves are a strange, hard, shimmering wood. It's almost got a purple shine to it. And before the gates are a couple of armoured figures. Again, it's that same wood as the gates themselves. It looks almost metallic, but you can see that sort of that grain to it that tells you that it is still wood. It looks like that's what their armour is composed of. But they're both unique figures. They're not in the same style of dress. One has an almost beetleish look to its armor shape, and the other is very slender, slight tall, with a flowery pauldrons and such. However, both of them are holding greatswords that are just hilts in their palms of their hands, tipped down in the ground. Just that very casual pose. And their heads turn towards you both, and the small, slender one inclines their head towards you, while the squatter one, the rounded one, the beetleish armoured one, calls out, "Oh, there!
Fine day, isn't it?
Always a lovely day here."
May we have passage?
And they look to each other, and look to you and goes, "On whose authority would you pass through the gates?"
Lord Oberon.
The squatter figure inclines his head towards you and just steps aside slightly, but the other one stays in position.
And Lady Titania.
And you almost feel like a smile comes from that helmeted head, and they incline their head as well and move aside. I trust you know how to stay safe in the garden.
Not a clue.
Oh. Do not stray too far towards strange lights, and enjoy what you see, and do not shun it. Just be happy.
Thank you. I appreciate your kindness.
And as they move aside, the gates seem to open on their own. Yes, be happy, Corvus.
I'm
gonna grab Raz's hand with my own a bit, and I'll also reach for Dantriel's because scare time.
Okay, so with her big brothers holding her hands, do you want them to start swinging you? You can step through the gates. Is anyone remaining outside?
Nope. Cass is following along.
Okay.
I will hesitate for a moment, but follow.
Right, everyone.
Look.
This is not what I thought an armory would look like.
All right. You step on in, and Raz is actually going to squeeze your hand slightly and go, "Okay, so when we found the armory, it was not within a garden.
It was not. What was it in?
It was just near his estate. Felt like wooded land like any other going into a open glen."
I find that the Feywild decides to just shift itself about sometimes.
And you
That seem to be a thing.
and the flowers in here are very splendid. It's not quite not the usual sort of flower beds you see in most flower gardens. It feels a little more wild than that, but there are still clearly sections, as if natural growth is just occurring in this spot. And then a different kind of natural growth appearing in that spot. All of these items separated out, and yet it's not the well-maintained beds that you'd be used to in an actual flower garden. But as you walk on through, question, who here thinks that they're generally not happy?
Say Corvus.
Yeah.
Corvus?
I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that one.
Neither do I.
I guess part of the question is the opposite. Is some level of apathy included within that, or
Basically,
is it unhappiness?
Unhappiness. Even that apathy. I'd like to know if you're apathetic. If you're anywhere beyond that into unhappiness, I'd like to definitely know. If there's at least the thing of, hey, I'm here with my party, or things might be better, I will count that as a bit of happiness. That's why I'm leaving it up to you.
Gifton is extremely excited to be in the Fae, because every time she gets in the Fae, she's excited. She's excited to be there with Adriel. She's excited to be there with Raziel. She has a lot of good energy, and I think that might be drowning out worry with her right now. So I'll probably say she's happy, because she has a lot of baggage that she's backburnering right now with gooder emotions. Because Fae literally have one emotion at a time. The others are just waiting to cascade down in their intervals.
Right, well,
Cass isn't unhappy. She's on that verge, but she's happy enough that she's not dead.
You're content.
She's displeased with certain things right now, but those will be resolved. So she's
content for right now.
She's satisfied.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack's at that weird thing of he's got in the back of his mind his concern about his homeland and things like that, and the fact that we're not there, and that's anxieties from that. He is interested to see what is here and how it could possibly be applicable to helping, and that might tilt him more towards.
Okay. Tilde.
Sorry, I appreciate the extra time because I have been debating on it this whole time.
It's a tricky question.
Unfortunately, I definitely can't say in any level positive. I'm having a hard time saying whether it will be dipping into the negative or just
an absence.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can work with that.
Definitely not positive.
Okay. All right. In that case, Gifton, you're just enjoying the garden here. It seems nice. Carrick seems happy and content as well. Dadriel was fine. Dingus, loving it. He's just sort of craning his head around, looking for any edible plants that might appear. Shaxton, Tilde, Cassie. And you're all looking in various different directions, either just appreciating things or just keeping an eye out. But there are lights, soft glows, and just a feeling that says, "Come here, it'll be okay." Corvus.
Yeah.
It is like a path to safety is opening up before you. You were looking over at a tree, and suddenly there was almost a shimmering figure of light that didn't fill you with any sense of dread or unnaturalness. It just seems to speak of salvation to your very core. That if you come to it, it'll all turn out okay. There are no supernatural compulsions beyond these feelings that you are being made to feel seeing these figures.
Even though he is feeling that and seeing that, he's emotionally just like rejecting that possibility regardless.
Through you, happiness.
Gifton, you feel Raz tense up.
I'll squeeze his hand.
Anyone else seen the light show?
A little bit off to the side. It is not much so.
I don't think that's a question that needs to be asked for some of us.
It is concerning.
Quite bright for me.
Indeed.
Just light for you, Shaxton?
It is just light for me, yes.
Gifton, do you see anything?
I don't see anything. Do I?
You don't.
Just a little light.
And Dadriel's sort of looking about a little bit and just going, very faint glow, almost indistinguishable. Gifton's definitely lying about seeing a little light.
I was going to say, my insight beats that just with the bonus.
Yeah.
And Dingus just is a meet, but don't see nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Rez just looks at you, Gifton, and goes, "You don't see anything, do you?"
I slowly shake my head. I'll get better at lying.
Then I think it's safe to assume that this is the think happy thing, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, it does seem to be attuned to emotion.
Oh. They did say not to approach the light, so we shan't. Right, onwards. And he's just going to keep walking with you.
What do you see?
It's like a group trying to welcome me in.
It is more than just seeing.
Feeling, yes. It's like lights telling you it's okay. Come here, you'll be safe, you'll be comforted. You'll be happy. And they look so content.
You don't need those lights. I'm the only light you need. I give my hand squeeze.
And he squeezes your hand in return.
I'm gonna sing softly while we're going along. I'm happy.
And as you all continue onwards, soon enough the lights are left behind you. Those that can see distinct figures, like Corvus, see them sort of reaching out, as if sad that you're leaving this chance. And then you're out of reach, and they dim and fade away. And not long after that, you do step into what looks like to be a field with a large structure in the middle of it. It's clearly embedded into the Earth to Feywild. If this was a traditional structure, then it is askance, tilted. What would be a wall at an angle, leaning down into the dirt and buried in it. Hard to make out its true scale, but what is appearing to you at the very least is the size of a manor house.
Wow.
Oh, that's it. And as
What you found last time?
Closer to the armor.
Raz nods, yeah, that is it. And Ledro actually sort of steps forward, still holding your hand, just a little movement. Yes, that is it.
Is it how it used to be?
As in the material and what shape I could see, yes, although it was not buried within dirt.
You could say that has been lost to time.
Right, we need only approach...
Dadriel,
Yes?
besides it being in the Feywild, is there any other components to this building that we should know about? Of what may lay inside it, besides the items that we see?
I suppose we should discuss this first. As for it being part of the Feywild, any influence from that will be beyond my knowing. But once we enter, there were caretakers. I suppose you would call them automata, no? Bereft of soul and free will.
Would it be the classic?
Constructs, just there to maintain, keep watch. He did not want our kind always in there. Temptation, yes.
Yeah.
Even those of us that had keys were only there to check. Every so often. So whether they still remain, I don't know. They should respond just fine by the fact of what we carry. Oh, hi, Carrick.
Hi, Garrett.
Sorry, so late.
We're going into the vault.
Just to catch you up, you have all made a trip into the Feywild. You have walked through gateways into a lovely garden, which seemed to beckon to some of your companions with figures of light. You didn't see any. And you have arrived at the buried vault, the armory, sort of half submerged in the dirt, sticking out at an angle. And they were just discussing that there were automata caretakers in there back in the heavenly days. But Dadriel continues on with my presence and the badge. They should give us passage, at least within the safer areas. They should. If they tried to stop us, then it is akin to fighting something quite strong. Not angelic, thankfully. Although they do have some rather...
It's going to be translating if it happens.
I do carry the
Yes.
sparks, so maybe that'll help too.
That would be a relief. They are more about making sure people are pushed out rather than slain, so that is a comfort.
That is good. I guess normally they wouldn't be dealing with beings that they would need to slay because they were in a heaven, right?
Mm-hmm, exactly. It was more the concerns of a wayward soul wandering in.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, there are different wings. It was based on the severity of what it was contained. Things that were safe to handle, as safe as these things can be, were kept in a low security area. Some of it was even used sometimes. Some useful items were created. The more dangerous things, well, the more security there is.
Ifs and frowns.
Some items, while not causing the greatest harm, would try and free themselves and thus had to be restricted, contained. It is not a direct classification system, just individual assumption on the needs of the item.
I just realized the thing I'm looking for is not here.
What are you looking for?
That blade. The one with the feathering on it. You used on the brownies. Not here. It wouldn't be here.
Raz and Dadriel exchange a couple of looks.
Oberon used it when he cast out my people. It wouldn't be in here. He took it out.
You're assuming he didn't put it back, and probably rightly so.
What Fae puts things back where they found it? I laughed at myself about that.
Aren't you trying to get your children to learn to do that?
I'm trying. I'm very much trying.
Yes, trying is the key word there, Raz mumbles. So
Alright.
we need to beg audience with Oberon.
Yeah, but we still. Well, look.
We might find something of equal use.
He
Frankly,
did say I was free to check under his throne, so I can look anywhere I want.
Dadriel frowns a little bit and goes, I think I might know of a few things to check that could be of help in the coming days.
Well, let's get to it then.
Little sister,
Everybody, don't touch anything, right?
I assume you got him through some form of crack. He says, looking at Raziel, and Raz nods, and there is a breach. We dug a tunnel to it. Looked like it had been covered up, but it was there, faint traces. And Adriel shakes his head a little and goes, "We needn't do that if all things still work. You need to only approach one of the walls, sister. Hold your emblem."
I will take my one hand and hold the emblem up as I go to the wall.
Skifton approaches, holding her badge ahead of her. There is a faint glow that seems to trace a line along the wall. And then once it's fully formed, that glow spreads inwards and creates what looks like to be a doorway of pure light.
I will motion everybody on. Come on in.
Carrick, I'll go in.
Anybody in there? I'm Lolasil's chosen. It's okay.
As Carrick just walked in, just suddenly goes, "Wait, should we have done that before I walked?"
Right. Anyone not heading in?
Cass is trotting in.
I'm going to try and take up the rear.
Okay.
Oh my.
Eyebrow waggle. Right.
Corvus will allow Talday to hang back and proceed on.
Okay. Dadriel will nod his head to you, Talday, as if, like, yeah, I understand what you're doing. You're being rear guard. He's fine with that. He heads on in. Razel quickly actually follows behind Gifton.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the last one out there, Talday.
I'm just doing a quick look before I follow.
Give me a perception check, please.
All right.
Okay. You look around, and in the distant tree line, you do actually see Oberon standing there. His head just tilted slightly as if curiously watching along. And he just seems to be sort of rocking back and forth on his heels, almost like a bored child.
I'm not really going to acknowledge him in any way. I'll just head in.
Okay. You head on in. As you all filter through this doorway, it almost feels like a wash of warm water that passes over you, but you emerge dry on the other side, standing in a lightly coloured, sort of almost white marbled room that just leads off to an actual doorway this time, and it is otherwise bare.
I guess they wouldn't want anybody to smash and grab stuff in here, right?
It's about 20 feet wide, about 30 feet deep, almost like a room/corridor. And Dadriel is looking about as if taking in familiar surroundings, and going, no, it was the last port of call for entering secure areas. From this point on, you'll have to actually use that. You'll see there's little indentations on the doors. That's an actual key.
Huh. I'm gonna walk over and try it on one of the doors.
Right, you move over to the end of the hallway here and press it in, and there is just a soft little, I hate to say it, but almost a musical note.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Little
chime before the doors slide open.
Bing, bing.
And before
this
you,
is where every little market in the modern era will get it from Lolasil.
Bing, bing. And then before you is by the way, you've stepped through this door and you do not feel like you are at tilted. You are not askance yourselves.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yes, you feel like you are just standing upright. Completely natural.
I wouldn't be. That's how the Fae works.
Yeah. And Rez goes, well, that was our stopping point, so this is working out better already.
Mm-hmm.
And through the doorway is a large, expensive. You've all seen libraries that have pillars and so on, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looks an awful lot like that, including basically little cabinets, dioceses. Most everything is behind some form of air quote glass. Not entirely sure that the material is glass, but everything is in something. But basically arranged on pedestals or in large chests with plaques on them are items, lots of items of various shapes, sizes, designs.
What's amazing is I realize none of us are going to be able to read any of these plaques because unless they're written in fucking like Enochian, the languages are dead to us.
Strange enough, you do know what they use in a celestial.
Use Enochian.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of those things of like language could have developed different for anything that's written.
And
anything mortal made, we won't be able to decipher.
And
General, I should note that we were watched.
Oh, by who? Is it the
Oberon.
guards? Oberon? Did he want
Yes.
to come in?
I do not believe so. He was a distance back.
Just keeping tabs on his entertainment.
Can I hardly blame him? I'll consider it.
Well, do feel free to look around. The things in here are relatively safe. The danger they posed was not too great, or they were relatively easy to contain at the very least. Just not seen as fit for mortal hands. And he actually looks uncomfortable saying that, as if he's talking to mortals right now and saying this is shit the gods didn't think you should have.
I mean, we're aware they had that sort
I
of
mean, it's okay, Dadriel. We know everything in this place is something we shouldn't have.
Ironically, I think because of your advanced developmental state compared to... He looks vaguely uncomfortable again, and Rez just sort of clears up with, compared to the ends of the other cycles. Yes, you are further along. Some of these artifacts might actually be somewhat mundane, yes.
I would not be surprised.
Right. Okay. Are you all sticking together, or are you fanning out? What do you want to do? How do you want to go about looking for things?
But so we all have a clear idea. We are searching for things that could possibly aid us with the dragons issue, yes?
And possibly the gods.
And possibly is the gods, right?
Because I mean, we do know we are going to probably have to weaken Morgani.
Dadriel.
We might want to bypass this section entirely.
Exactly. So why don't we just proceed on? If something is of interest, I guess take a look. But I think we all know what we're after, and it's beyond more security, yes?
I guess the question is there somewhere a catalog of what's here?
Me.
I pointed Dadriel.
Not one that
my memory is good, but there is a lot of things here. The automata word catalog. We could try and find one.
And would they be amenable to answering, hey, what does this one do?
Yes, I think they would, but it is queries trying to find something that is more concerning to me. If we ask it, hey, where is something that poses a threat to the gods, I don't know if they'll respond.
That takes that as
where's the
issue.
restricted sections? We'll just head there.
Right, next tier of unsafeness is this way. We might have better luck there. Do keep your eye out for the automata, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Are they big? Are they small? Are they...
He gestures at himself, around my size.
All right.
Huge.
No,
I was going to say...
normal sized, he says with a smile.
I was going to say Saxon Spider, Tell Day, or Have Day.
Why do you say spider?
No, he has a little spider thing.
Calmly pull out the new version of the spider again because you had to make a new one. And you go, this. You've seen it before.
No, I'm just. Never mind.
No, funny enough, I think your suit of armor would have ended up in here.
I would not be surprised.
Quite a few things you'll carry. Right.
I'm also not surprised by that.
Carried in.
Just I'm
Possibly
glancing back at the
used.
door a lot, looking for Oberon, just to see if he shows up.
What's
Second there, I thought you said bathroom door.
what spell did it say you had cast on yourself, Gifton? Your eyes, or rather your inherent
No.
trait?
I have true sight.
Yeah.
True sight.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I got the boon true sight is what I got.
Actually, saying
Actually,
speaking of, a few of you
has that too.
Yeah, a few of you with special vision, mainly the true sight. Some of these items are actually displaying more than their physical properties. As you're all sort of walking along, there is one thing in particular that might catch your eye as you pass by what looks to be a leather suit of armor that is placed on a mannequin in a large case. However, while the armor itself is inert, there's almost a presence around it. It's like a thing trying to move. It's like the silhouette of a wolf man, almost.
Dadriel,
Yes?
you know about this one?
That one. He actually moves over to the case, looking it over, and he leans down to the plaque as if to remind himself of it, because, believe it, he didn't actually remember everything based on appearance.
Why is there like a wolf man?
Oh, yes. This was created by a sect of druids. They actually harnessed one of the greatest spirits of nature of their time, bound it to the armor so that any that wore it could channel its power.
Channel it in a helpful manner, controlled manner.
Controlled, I would not say. No. More in a point in direction.
I was going to say, if that was the case, then maybe something Ted would have
Ted?
maybe liked to have. Father Ted, sorry.
He's an Illan priest we know in Winden. He's very nice.
He just nods.
He
Yes.
looks like a dog sometimes.
The lycanthrope.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a quick out of character question.
Mhm.
When were we told not to cast magic or anything in here?
There was no mention of that, no.
I'm gonna actually ask then.
I'm gonna see if I can open this case.
Dadriel, should we avoid casting magic to detect things and see things in here? Would that set the automatons off?
In here, no. In the other sections, some items will be warded against magic, and any attempt to cast any of them might alert something or actually have bad ramifications. But in here, most of these items are safe enough. And as he's saying that, Gifton, you move up to the case and you're able to open it easily. It just seems like to be a small latch that doesn't have a lock hole or anything, but just seems to move freely as you open it.
I'm going to lightly trace my hand on the armor.
As you do that, it's almost more like feeling a snarl than hearing it.
I guess it's just gonna do that shh, trying to like give it a light stroke.
You swear the form that is squirming around the armor seems to still slightly.
You're having an effect on it.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for it. You said they bound a spirit to it?
Yes, a spell of great effect, one that we were unable to undo. That is, frankly, more of the problem with this item than the harnessing itself. If they had just bound a spirit and then it had been broken and unleashed, that happens all the time. But the fact that they did something that we were unable to fix.
And it's just been locked up here this whole time?
There was very little other recourse.
I very carefully start bundling it up. You want to come with me?
I wonder with what we're looking into with Kingdom of the Dead and that stuff, if some of that might be able to be used to free it.
Maybe.
Dadriel sort of looks at us between you all as we sort of discussing this and just inclines his head.
Kristen just has a look of sympathy as she's picking up the armor because she just...
I think that is a quest that Lalisa would have found fitting.
At the very least, it being trapped in this glass case doesn't give it any chances.
No.
So, you can come with me for now. And she's just going to bundle it up very gently and put it away for right now.
Just because I can, because it lasts an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to deactivate my, I can never remember what the thing's called. The circlet of, I think it's circlet of comprehend languages, actually. That's me, cast that.
I had to fight the player urge to gift and don't touch that, but I was like, nah, fuck it, you do it.
Okay, so Carrick's doing that so you can understand the Enochian and such, yeah?
Well, I already
Oh,
understand
it's
Enochian.
spoken. Okay. You're just making sure.
I can't understand any written, just in case we run into something, since this is collected from different things, that maybe...
Any items that might have writing on themselves and such.
Yes, but it only lasts for an hour. But I figured might as well use it now while we're still safe.
By the way, who here can read Enochian?
Me.
Yo.
I can.
Okay.
I don't think I was taught sufficiently.
Right. If any of you actually look at the plaque on that case, it does say taken from the Circle of the Broken Moon, cycle 359.
Cycle 359? Ow. I bet you Dadriel really had no idea what that cycle thing meant.
Which thing is this again?
The armor.
This is the wolf armor.
Those for the wolf
God
armor.
damn it, Yuli.
Ah, I didn't do anything.
359? Yes, I get it.
359, yeah.
That's a good reference there, you. Alright, everyone take a moment to be displeased.
Alright, we got our references.
I don't get
Let's
it.
proceed on.
It's a Star Trek thing.
Okay.
Listen, the Battle of Wolf
Man,
359.
I thought I was going to get that past people. Okay.
Not wrong, apparently.
I frown and go, cycle 359? They were keeping track of their cycles?
I mean, wouldn't you?
359 cycles? Did you ever see a bigger number than this, Nadriel?
Dadriel frowns. I have, yes.
Probably don't want to know those answers, Gift.
How high?
The highest number I ever saw was 472.
If that makes a very displeased face.
And we're 73?
I mean, if that's the last one he saw, there might be weapons that were brought in when he was
Not,
there, things like that, and then...
That's what he can recall.
That was an item I brought in myself in the last cycle, so I'm assuming that is as high as they've gone.
At least
To win
as
this
high as
all.
they were taking track of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that made me upset. So where's that
Made you
scary
upset?
room? Scary room time. Come on.
Yes. I think you might all understand now why their punishment was deemed to be as severe as death by some of the others. Rat says as he sort of carries on walking.
No. I trust me. I've been thinking about it. I just didn't realize it had been. I mean, they had to get complacent with what they were doing.
It would not
You
shock
do me
me
enough,
whether
anyone
some of
does.
those wipes were very casual, quick.
You do something enough, anything becomes very callous and mechanical.
I mean, I guess in their point of view, though, we're basically just sheep they're culling every couple of years, right?
It just nods with a scowl, and
This is
Dadriel is
this
just
way.
silent. They're walking. They are
okay.
walking. Yes.
We're still moving.
Walking.
Yeah.
We're
And soon enough, you actually do see.
kind of makes sense why they don't really care to talk to us.
Was even a moment of time of lives is insignificant. Even our lives, he says, sort of pointing to him and Dadriel.
Mm-hmm.
Or bother to care.
And he just shakes his head. And you are approaching a firewall now, which does seem to have inscriptions in the stonework itself in Enochian, just saying,
Turn back, stay away.
yeah, many warnings.
Authorized personnel only.
Essentially, yeah. And
Back off.
and it just says Retta items.
Retta items, huh? I'm pressing the seal in.
Right. You press the seal in, and there is a soft chime, and the door seam itself seems to go briefly, and then change to a soft purple. That is waiting for confirmation.
Confirmation from whom?
This is Archangel Dadriel, Lalisa's right hand, accompanied by, and he's actually going to look at you, Gifton.
Gifton Greysteel, bearer of the spark. Lalisil's chosen. Mother of many kids. Open up.
And then Taya appears.
A few moments.
Speaking of which, one emerges from.
A few moments pass, and a shoop sound sort of happens, as if something's sliding open. Not the doorway though. Emerging from a little further down the wall, stepping out of a slot that's opened, is a figure. It looks like just a not quite stone. It's smoother than most stone you see. It shimmers almost, but it's definitely carved in the form of a humanoid, very refined, almost like a ball-jointed doll. But it has a smooth face, and it just steps out, turns its head towards a lot of you, turns on heel, and just starts to march in a very mechanical way over.
Hello.
Greetings. For what purpose are you requesting to access the Retta class items?
The first dragons are assaulting the world.
There's a momentary pause, and before the head just twitches slightly. First dragons. Cataclysmic scenario. Access may be granted at the request of 2 archangels.
Well,
It's,
We know another archangel around. 2 of them, in fact. One that's nearby, one that probably would answer more.
do I not count as an archangel?
There's almost a musical whirring, the head twitching multiple times in the same direction.
Got that? Maybe.
Anomaly. It's your
Okay.
classification.
ha!
New design by Lalasil. Recent innovation.
Its head twitches a few more times, looking at you, before it turns its head over towards Dadriel. Archangel Dadriel. Ladasil has been incommunicative. Can you confirm? Yes, she is equivalent. She is an archangel of sort. There's a few more twitches before going. Information may be put into record at the confirmation of 2 archangels.
I'll go get Gabriel.
Would Tanya not be a better choice? Raz says.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
One may be easier.
One of them's waiting outside.
I think you're waiting outside
Given the
for
nature of
that very reason.
Given the nature of the Fae, I'm pretty sure both of them could be very easily waiting outside at a moment's notice.
Mm. At any rate, I'll be back in a moment. I'll bow my head respectfully to the doll creature and start heading to the exit.
Okay. All right. You start walking back down the hallway. Anyone going normal fare? Or is everyone just sort of waiting there?
Cora's just looking at the thing.
I will go with her just to be safe. Never leave anyone alone.
Okay. Guess moving along.
Shash will, if the Automaton doesn't object to it, casually be walking around part of the nearby room just looking at other items.
It does not seem to try and interfere.
What is Telday doing?
I'm staring at it.
I will go with Cass and Gifton then.
Okay. Alright, so 3 and 3. Right, looking around the nearby area, Shaxon, yeah, there's a few more items of interest. You do come across what appear to be a pair of shears, which just are labelled as border crossing item, attempted penetration into the defined sphere.
From Star versus the Forces of Evil. I want those dimension scissors.
Cycle 174.
Yes, they were getting early on that shit.
There's another thing that actually looks an awful lot like a gun, which just says projectile thrower did not seem to use any magic apparatus of concern.
Loud.
Of concern.
Loud. Danger.
And that is
Pointy and go boom.
that is cycle 289.
Click and fries.
And Shaxton, you're staring at this automata.
Telday and Cora.
Oh,
sorry.
Yes, Telday, rather. Staring at this automata, which seems mostly inert, but eventually it does actually do this little side-canted twitch of its head again before turning it slightly to face you. Do you have a query?
Intriguing. Intriguing design.
It seems to regard you for a moment more before its head just snaps back into position.
What are your capabilities in terms of independent thought?
Its head twitches again, then twitches as it looks towards you and goes, independent thought capabilities extend to maintaining the facility, decision making based on parameters already assigned.
How do you feel about your duties?
This unit does not have any feelings.
Does this unit require any assistance?
There's a few more twitches before it goes. This unit has not been unable to maintain other units within the facility.
Are there compromised units that pose potential hazards?
I may answer in affirmation, but it is a affirmation to a larger extent. Compromising danger. Yes. Yes. Damage to units. Unable to function. Unable to keep full maintenance of facility. Danger posed by lack of motion.
Where may I be able to find these units?
Are you capable of effecting repairs?
I could not say for certain unless I examine.
This unit may take you to other units. This unit cannot take you to other units. And its head twitches a few times back and forth.
Are you incapable of movement at this time?
This unit is capable of movement. Other units are beyond access of this unit.
We'd have to get through the door.
Correct. Other units were moved inwards to maintain facilities of more dangerous items. One was left behind to maintain safe zone.
Is this the reason that you have been unable to continue the maintenance?
Cannot access further facilities for maintenance. Communication from other units ceased.
So you do not know the condition of the other units?
Status reports state lack of function.
Do you know how long it has been?
There is whirring.
We're gonna be here all day, Telde.
Yes.
Please specify.
From what point do you wish to specify?
Last contact with outsiders.
There is some whirring before it goes. 6 years.
Last contact with other units.
There is more whirring before it goes. 3,878 years.
Six years ago.
You have to wonder, is that Faytime fucky 6 years?
Yeah.
Or because I mean, how would that affect a robot, right? A stone thing. Or is that like actually 6 years ago did some fucking little sprite get in there?
We're gonna find everyone's favorite fawn got in here.
I mean, it could have been more than a sprite.
Could have. Well, Oberon was in there a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Is this 6 years relative to this realm or the mortal realm?
It tilts its head a few times. If there is desync between this realm and mortal realm, this unit is unaware.
Can you describe the entry 6 years ago?
Yes.
Please.
Please specify.
That's what he said.
6 years ago, was visited by repeat entity. Large, horned, robed.
Oberon.
Horny guy.
Horny rope guy, got it. Did this being have a designation, name? that you are aware of.
What's given? Identifier. Unable to confirm whether true.
What was given?
It pauses briefly, and then, in the perfect mimicry of Oberon's voice, you hear, "Don't you know who I am? I am the Lord and Master of this realm, and you are mine. I am Oberon."
Yeah. Just had to be sure.
I mean, it makes sense. I wouldn't recognize him as a character.
Tell Rizal and Dadria are still here, right?
Yes. Actually, Dadriel would have gone with Gifton. Raziel is here.
True half split.
No, Raziel, why would you stay? It's not safe
As
for
a
you. Finger
quick-
guns.
Wes, also as a quick question for what I was looking at. If Jack's going to reach out and touch the latch on the one for the dimensional shears, does anything happen? Just being able to open it?
Nothing happens, but it does not open.
Hmm. Jack's looking at it and just kind of so she has to be the one to open it.
Do you have any news from Lalasil? It has been some time since last communication.
Who wants to tell the
Looks
robot
at Raz.
he's dead?
No. No.
Finger guns.
No news. Understood.
Actually, what the fuck? Raziel's a goddamn archangel.
He's not
Not
anymore.
a Lalasil Archangel.
As far as that robot might be concerned.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
With the other
I mean, he's
group
also an Archangel of Lalasil.
walking through the hallway, it's not long before you hear a soft whistling. Just as if someone's joyously humming a tune to themselves, whistling it out every now and then. And you come across the sight of Oberon already in the hallway, seemingly just rifling through one of these sort of what do you call them? The little display cases that are inset into like top down
Cabinets or whatever. Those
Cabinet, shadow boxes.
Yeah.
It's a little top down one. He's got the lid lifted,
Display case.
and it's just moving some things around inside of it. When he looks over to you, approaching, and goes, "Ah, oh, hello."
Hello, my great lord. I give him a deep curtsy.
He sort of waves his hand dismissively as if you don't have to do that. Before closing the cabinet case again, and just goes, "Are you enjoying my garden?"
It's beautiful, sir. I was wondering if either you or your fine lady may help with a certain door that requires one more person to give authorization on.
My fine lady is indisposed, I'm afraid. She's ever so fixated on her towers, but must give her wants and joys.
I would love to go into one of those sometime. They sound quite interesting.
He frowns a little bit and goes, "Interesting, not fond, but well, I give my heart to her, and she likes them. You have a new friend," and he's actually looking at you, Cassie.
Cass steps back.
And he's actually going to start waltzing over to you, and it's literally waltzing like he's doing twirls as he approaches.
Cass is actually maintaining a respectful distance the entire time.
Okay.
She's moving fast.
So-
He approaches,
So
or-
if you keep moving back, but eventually he comes up beside Gifton, and you are now the distance from him and Gifton that he was from you. And
Essentially.
he pauses there, just sort of tilts his head towards you, Gifton, and goes, "Does she not like to dance?"
She's a very skittish one.
This is just kind of piping up. Last time we tangoed, I lost an arm.
I was hoping for 2 for 3 wolves. 2 wolves coming.
Well, if
Oh my
you are
God,
in need of another arm, and he's going to sort of bow out and offer out his hand to you, and it is the arm that touched yours, Cassie, and he just goes, "And I will help you find it."
Scooching back very quickly.
This is Cassiopeia Steelshot, and she's
Pretty.
very pretty.
Oh, so pretty. Sorry.
And Cassie should be much kinder to our dear lord. He is such a good benefactor, and he is a magnificent dancer.
It's skittish as a fawn. It's delightful.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you like to come with then, dear lord, or are you indisposed? I would not wish to take you from your duties.
For a moment, his gaze lingers on you, Cass, and it's almost predatory. Before he turns his attention towards Gifton, and
Cass is actually giving him the evil eye right back.
are you?
Yeah, Cass has no love for him, but she's being polite and staying as far away so there isn't a fight.
So you
But you're giving him the evil eye.
Yeah, because he's got that predatory look, and Cass is like, not playing that game.
A frown actually starts to coalesce on his face, and he seems to stand up a little bit straighter. Does she have disdain for me?
Cassie has a tendency to act with aggression towards any new person that she meets. She has, in fact, thrown lightning at my own dear brother when he startled her.
If she wishes to play rough instead, I can do that. I am most accommodating of all.
Cassie, you do not wish to play rough, is that right?
I have no lightning to give.
I could grant you lightning, if that is your desire. Why does she not like me? And he's actually going to look at you as if he's upset, Gifton.
He's pouty.
He is. He's pouty.
Me.
She might remember she met you another time, and you may have forgotten her because she wasn't at your attention at that point. You know how us girls get. We get very upset when we're forgotten. And you may have turned her arm into a flower at that point. She's better now.
He seems to be mouthing the words, "You know how us girls get," before he frowns at it and goes, "It's very reductive. But if I caused you some offense in the past, I do apologize most deeply."
Woke Oberon.
See? He's being very kind, Cassie.
I am.
Come on, a little bit of a smile? Come on.
I want to turn.
Do smile for me.
Oh no.
I
Come on,
will
Cassie.
accept it. Don't you start.
Aren't you gonna throw venom at me now? I'm trying to be your friend.
Well, she's not a very good friend. Not like me.
Lord Oberon, I politely accept your apology. However, I must request, due to the situation in previous, that we maintain a respectful and healthy distance between us.
So about a foot, right?
What is this distance that you want?
2 arm lengths, please.
2 arm lengths, mine or yours.
And
Leave the space for Jesus.
yours and no
Gifton's getting a genuinely panicked look on her face.
Then 2 of my arm lengths it shall be between us at all times.
As your arms currently are, and no changing shape to.
As they are.
You are getting very picky here.
Now, may you say 3 times that this is what you truly want. And I say 3 times that I shall indulge you. Your
What?
want shall be law.
Gifton is gonna try and quietly do that thing where you loop your arm into somebody else's arm and be like, so
You're able to loop your arm into his, but he is like stone. Like, he can't even budge the elbow.
Oh Oh, Gifton's shoulders sag a bit.
2 arm lengths of distance at all times.
I,
No less.
we don't need to make a deal, Lord Oberon. Just
This is not a deal. I am not asking for anything in return. I am giving you a promise.
This is law, Cassie.
Yeah, she wasn't in here for the
this
3
is
time
something
thing.
minor that does not need to be a law.
Minor? We can disregard it, yes? He just sort of smile.
Cass just stops and just mutters, "Fuck."
Don't make offers in the Feywild, sweetie. You really need to not make offers. There are a lot of people out there that will accommodate you on that last word.
Gonna stretch Merrick under the
Cass
chin.
is just like throwing her arms up, just like Razor, and not stomping off because she's not getting the resounding clack of normal. Just a clip clop, clip clop.
Does that mean she doesn't want it? He says, looking at you, Gifton.
I have no idea. I have no idea what her.
Hello, pretty one. He says, looking at you, Carrick.
You're completely ignoring the beautiful boy we have right here.
Well, perhaps the 2 of you would take my arms instead, as she is not wanting of them.
I would love to.
Sure.
I still owe a dance at some point.
And Lord Dingus, it is a greatest honor to see you again.
He's gonna move his arm and walk off.
Right, and he will take Carrick and Gifton arm in arm. Dedriel was just standing there watching this happen.
Come on, Daddy.
Oh god, that just made this worse.
Is that a fun daddy or familial family daddy?
Well, technically, we're not related, so.
Oh, the fun
maybe
kind.
It's a fun daddy.
Come along then, daddy. And he looks horrified. Dadriel looks deeply disturbed.
She's more related to him than she is to Raz.
Really bad my brain is going right now with Barrick on my shoulder. Just imagining going, if Dad's Lord, what am I?
Right, and yeah, I think Cass will return first, just a little ahead of everyone else.
Feet ahead of everybody else. I bet Raziel looks amused or worried that you're the first one back.
He will actually just look at you, Cass, and go, "Everything all right?"
Razor,
No.
make a deal, Razor.
I think everything's fine then.
Yeah, there's not screaming. Or singing.
Oh, they're singing.
Yeah,
They're singing.
you do actually hear approaching. Fra la 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 la, fra la 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 la.
I'm singing along.
Now they're singing.
Carrick would do this. We'll actually join in.
Right, and as he approaches, you are suddenly sort of unceremoniously unhooked as he sort of throws his arms up again as, in acknowledgement of the others. Ah, my wonderful guests. I see you are at the mysterious door.
Yes, we were discussing with our fine fellow here opening it, and it simply cannot be done without your affirmation.
My affirmation. I have been forbidden from coming in here. He's actually marching directly up to the door, like inches his nose from it, and almost as glaring at the stonework itself and going, apparently I am not allowed into some place within my own realm.
Yes, he has been here quite often.
My dear lord, I think there is a secret riddle that you needed to uncover. You see, you just have to tell him that I am Gabriel, and he will probably listen to you.
What nonsense is this?
Well, you see, I think that these whole stoneworked creatures are bespelled, and they don't understand people's names right. He doesn't understand Titania's name right either, and he would call her something else as well. So I think that might help unlock the door.
No, that would be lying.
Yes, but that's fun, right?
Not supposed to do that right now. He says
Why
with an
not?
almost sullen look. Bad
bad
manners.
I won't tell anybody. And then we're doing it for a game, so it's not like we're doing it to hurt anyone. And you know it's not true, and I know it's not true, so it's fine.
He seems to purse his lips, Just a hand to his chin. I did tell her 3 times that I would tell no untruths. No, I didn't say it 3 times, but I told her 3 times. You understand?
Well, how about my new nickname for you is Gabriel?
I don't like it.
I know, but it's the nickname that I give you, and you don't get a choice. So now it's not untrue.
Oh, I suppose. I am Gabriel. Please state your full title and designation. I am Lord Gabriel of the Feywild. Need the affirmation of 2 archangels.
My nickname for you is Archangel Gabriel.
Oh, not one of those.
Oh, come on. It's what I'm going to call you because you're so cute.
This is... He's actually waving his hand towards Dadriel dismissively. It's like, this is little flapping things. That's frowning.
Come on, just try it.
Please, like me, I am the Archangel Dadriel. I am the Archangel Gabriel. There, happy? And there's a sort of soft whirring from the automata, which goes, presence of 2 archangels confirmed. With permission, commands may be overridden and inputted. I give permission, Adriel says. Specifically to this one here, and he's pointing towards you, Gifton.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, permission for her. If she can open my door, that would be marvellous. Please state your full title and designation so that you may be recognised as a valid user.
I am Gifton Greysteel.
There is a whirring slightly. Title Gifton. Designation Greysteel. Confirmed.
Confirm.
Okay.
Just no last names. That makes sense.
And Greysteel, please confirm your wishes.
Confirm.
No, what do you want?
Please open the door.
There is a few more ticking side to side of its head, and suddenly that purple light at the seam of the door turns white. And it just goes, the door is now open. May I be of any further assistance?
May you come with us to help identify items?
1 automata must remain within each designated zone at all times.
Are there any automata that are within short distance from the entrance?
Exact locations are unknown, but they should be within sight.
Resume duties then.
There is a little chime from it again, and it turns on heel and walks back over to the alcove that it was waiting in and steps back into it.
I will make a flourishing bow and go, my dear companions, shall we enter into strange new territories?
Do you think Gifton ranks above or below an archangel? Raziel says just vaguely, and Desra just goes,
think of it as a sidestep.
I think a Gifton is above us all.
There may be some issues regarding the other automatas further in. Either they're unfunctional or
I just realized. Does that mean
compromised.
I've basically just set all of my children up to be Giftons?
I believe that you may have set them up to be Greysteels.
It's titled Gifton and named Greysteel, was it not?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought designation would be otherwise.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well,
Did you?
Hmm?
Nothing.
I'm gonna start walking in.
He does a little singular finger gun at you. What's it, Corvus?
Remember, Cassie, 2 arms lengths. I'm gonna walk in.
I thought you didn't want that.
I don't know.
Raz, stop doing that.
I don't know. It's a form of affection, Corvus.
Yeah, we're doing this now. I show Oberon how to do finger guns at Corvus.
Oberon sort of looks down at his hands, like puts his fingers into the palms of it, just staring down at them. Why?
I don't know, but it makes him uncomfortable.
Is it a form of L?
I think so.
No. Yeah, he just moves his hands out of that position.
All right, well, I'm going in.
Right.
Following?
Step up to the door and they slide open. Immediately you see what appear to be automata. Some are standing just slightly leaned over. Others are slumped just in sprawls on the floor. There's at least 20 within immediate vision alone near the doorway. And cases sort of set into the wall, still like doors guarding them, surrounded by stonework. None of the plinths or such that were outside of here. This area far more securely kept, plaques just beside each door. Notably, this section has corners, turnings, seems to go off into different directions after about a 30-meter corridor with these doors set into them.
Interesting. So, my lord, have you been in this building before? Is this where you got a sword one time?
In this building, yes, back there. I didn't get a sword, I got a long blade. Hardly a sword.
Long blade? What did you do with it?
I did many things with it.
Oh.
And he's just sort of standing there, like he gestured outwards with his hands as he was saying that, and then he's just paused with his hands still out.
I'll put a hand on his forearm briefly, just kind of give it a pat and go, what an interesting room this is, isn't it?
Yes, I have not been in here before.
New things, always exciting.
Let me show you around my place. And he's going to step directly in.
Yep, and
Detriel and Braz are both looking notably nervous at this. Right. Do be more careful in here, everyone. And Oberon's just waving his hand dismissively at that as he's moving up to a door, peering into the little slit that is there. Oh, boring. Moving on.
I want to go look.
In that one, the first door, you can see what looks like to be a trident. Only it is not a trident. Sextant, I suppose, is more correct. Sex is 6 prongs, right?
Yes.
Yeah. A sextant. And they are less displayed out into direct pushing forks and more splayed out, almost like a rake head.
Huh.
So it's a rake.
Nope. It's definitely got trident tips on each of those.
Oh darn! I thought it was a rake.
Oily rake.
Stay on the shop.
The endless face smacking rake.
On the plaque, in Enochian. Sorry, almost forgot. On the plaque in Enochian, it says path of the 6. Not path. Fucking shit. Sextant of the 6 paths. Notably, there is no description or logging of cycle number.
Dadriel, anything on this one?
This one. Vaguely. There's something about controlling undersea waterways, being able to redirect their flow. It was quite a cataclysmic thing as far as I remember. You have to understand that my understanding of these items goes as far as when I asked about them and he gestures at these sort of disabled automata. And it was notably discouraged in this area.
I'm not
Was they disabled?
Oh, what was that, Corvus?
Are they disabled?
Well, they're not currently functioning.
Can we get them functioning?
Unit, are you active? He says, sort of just looking around at them, and none of them reply.
I wonder why they're not.
Active, but the one outside is.
You'd think the one on its own would have less chance of maintaining, right?
Yes, but if you said some of these were not to keep people out, but to keep things in.
Oberon is also wandering down the corridor still and basically turning one of the corners. Just sort of happily whistling to himself.
I feel compelled to stay with him.
Okay, you're gonna stay with him.
I'm gonna stay with him because I worry about the 5-year-old that won't listen to reason.
It's also saying that maybe if these doors get disturbed or an item is retrieved from the doors, that they will respond.
I'm gonna go up and examine the closest one to me.
Given they're not responding to any commands from what would be considered one of their superiors and commanding.
Okay. How are you examining it?
I'm not gonna touch it just in case. I'm gonna look over it and look to see if there's any obvious damage or anything to it.
Nothing that you can see damage-wise. Go ahead and give me a investigation check. Actually, you're not touching it, so I'll just like a pure perception. And you're going to be at a obviously high DC. Not moving stuff around. Yeah, you don't
rolled really badly.
Don't notice anything wrong with it.
Jackson, you're kind of our expert on these things. Can you see if they've been damaged? Anything you can tell? I don't see anything, but
I can give it a try. So at the same time, they are automata markedly different than any I have seen or worked with previously.
Also, if you're strong enough, Carrick, you might be able to haul one to the other side of the door. Or maybe the other automaton can start fixing it.
Was that an out of character comment?
It's an out of character comment because I'm chasing Oberon right now.
Because Carrick's unsure about touching them because he's worried they're going to activate if someone touches them.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it because Shax will calmly walk over and touch one and start moving his hand over, trying to.
Okay. The moment Shaxton touches one, Shaxton stops moving.
Sweet.
Dadriel?
Yes, I see that.
I'm gonna reach into my quiver.
Oh man, there's probably some sort of weird timey-wimey magic item that's
hold my
this whole time.
Pull of collapsing out. Speak the command word, make it a 10-foot pull.
Yep.
And I'm going to try to, since I'm guessing there's space, and try to scoot Shaxton back.
Okay, so you're going to try and leverage.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a strength check.
Advent help.
I was expecting the minute he touches me with the pole, he also stops moving.
Yeah,
that's why I used the pole. That's why
the pole makes contact.
Strength check, please.
You just do the thing.
Does he get advantage with Hadwin helping?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll roll again, but there's not a whole lot better I can roll on that.
Okay, the moment the pole touches Shaxton, the pole stops moving, as does Hadwin and Carrick.
Oh, fucks.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Okay. This is
Corvus,
concerning.
would you mind touching Shaxton, but nothing else?
Everybody's stuck. This is how the campaign ends.
Hey, turns out the answer to that question I asked you earlier today, Yuli, was yes.
Porthos, you going to touch Shaxton?
No.
Okay.
Are you going to say that, or are you just going to...
I am not going to touch Sax.
No one's yelling for me. This is great.
What about Carrick?
I'm not going to touch any of them because that effect may just continue on until there is nothing left for anyone to touch. We will all be stuck.
Meanwhile, going around the corner
The
with
angels.
Oberon. Immediately, Oberon leans towards you, and goes, "Oh, look, open door. Finally, something interesting."
Ooh,
And
I'm excited.
is going to walk on over towards it with you. And the moment he gets to the doorway, he sort of cants his head a little bit and holds up his hands towards you and goes, "No, wait. Oh, there's something." Ugh.
Say on the door.
If you want to look at the plaque on the door, it says, "Time contagion."
Ew.
Oh,
I
yes.
don't like diseases.
That's icky. Hang on. And he's just casually waving his hand back and forth as he's wafting something away and slowly stepping his way into the room.
I'm worried to follow you in there.
Oh, not yet. Hang on.
I'm gonna hit this just in case it affects any.
Yeah, no. And then you hear the sound of basically a file being stoppered. And he goes, "Okay, good."
Thank you.
Right. Shaxton, you press an automata. And then the moment your hand presses it, there is a pole flinging you backwards across the room as you are leveraged by a fucking dragon man. Thank you. I was going to call for that. You're still going to take a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be.
Listen, I'd like to do a flip.
Yeah. Okay, you can totally do a flip. It's still into the opposite wall, but you managed to brace yourself.
I was inspecting.
Yeah, Carrick and Hadwin seem to believe that they freed Shaxton from this.
Shit! All right. Well,
Ours are suddenly really close all of a sudden for some reason.
I'm pretty sure Gifted would hear the crash of Shax hitting the ground on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
There should be a slight whistle and the word said, collapse the pole.
That was really great how you did that.
Okay. Until we figure this out, no one touch anything. We don't know how long or what to happen, but both of you froze the moment you touched anything.
There is a chiming and ticking and whirring from a couple of the automata around here.
And now they're moving.
See, we fixed it.
Please,
Greetings, automata.
Please. One of the automata, its head just twitching repeatedly back and forth as it gets stuck on this please word. Another one of the ones slowly sort of stands up and just turns to face you and goes, "Please state your purpose within the restricted section."
Turn towards Dadriel.
I am the Archangel Dadriel. We are here performing investigation and maintenance after an incident seemed to have disabled you. Understood. What assistance can we lend? What happened? Containment breach. Descriptive. Marvelous. Okay.
Of what?
Containment of what?
What got out of containment?
Temporal contagion.
Time
What?
sickness?
Confirmed.
Where do you find time sickness? Is that even a thing?
Creation.
I mean, it is clearly a thing.
Creation temporal mage Erinas Fev.
Enough, Fev.
I'm not even gonna bother history thing because I'm pretty sure that I won't know that.
No.
What cycle?
When?
Cycle 87.
Oh, early on.
Is the temporal contagion still here?
Breached.
Breached?
Temporal contagion
Well,
is not within local area, for we are moving.
Okay. So,
Jack will walk back over and dust himself off by now.
Alright.
Sorry about that, Shax.
It is okay. That was strange.
you
Actually,
were
I have a simple question for you, Mr. Automata.
Actually, I should know
Frozen.
that.
What cycle is it?
It is cycle 473.
Haha, I was right.
Well, when did Dadriel say that was the highest he saw?
7
472.
2.
Okay.
2.
So
Automaton, when was the last time that you can recall being aware of the date before now?
Literally been frozen in time for a while.
There is a long moment of silence. What is the current date?
Cycle 473, and Jax will rattle off the date.
I'm familiar with this form of calendar.
Yeah.
When was the last cycle you can remember?
Cycle 473.
yeah.
Prior cycle 472. Prior
do you know
cycle
what caused-
471. Prior cycle 470.
Alright.
Prior cycle.
That is enough.
Stop.
Yes. Do you know what caused the breach?
Unknown.
Do you know where the breach was?
Yes.
Probably should go find that.
Yeah, where is the bridge located?
It turns on hill and starts to move.
Following
Follow it.
Big
What?
Robot Man.
Can you give me a hand quickly moving one of these so that the one on the other side of the door can start repairs on?
Sure.
Okay, you want to drag one out real quick?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I will actually need a
stuck
strength
on
check with
keys.
this.
I'm gonna ask.
Assume
real quick.
Carrick with assistance from Shaxton.
I'm gonna ask real quick. Is this big enough that I can go full dragon? Will that help at all?
Not big enough that you can go full dragon. Wouldn't help. You have your full strength. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a person-sized object that you can.
So, but advantage thanks to Shax.
Yeah.
And roll.
Okay.
I will
It
flash that to be a 25.
okay. 25. It is still a struggle. Like these things are shockingly heavy. Like heavier than Telday or any of the Warforged.
What is the weight on this spell again? Just curiosity.
Also,
About
remember, you're a
500
Heo worshiper, so
it.
you get that extra carry.
Yeah. Yeah. You're able to do it. You are able to get it out.
Yeah, I can move it.
Just noting that it is heavy.
heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but yeah, you pull it out, and you're just gonna leave it there, or are you gonna shout for the thing, or
Call for the other automaton, the one that was out here.
right, there's a little chiming noise, and it once again steps out of its alcove, and immediately head starts ticking side to side as it sort of regards the one on the ground, going, "I will effect repairs immediately.
It would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your assistance."
You're welcome. We will try to bring you some more when we have more of a moment.
And
Even just having one allows him to then have it go and repair another, and they can start HP.
it immediately comes over, kneels down beside the automata you dragged out, moves a hand over it, and its hand begins to glow, much in the way of divine healing light.
Oh.
And then it explodes.
Shaxi is still watching just out of curiosity. Going to you. I don't think I'm getting anything out of it either way.
Yeah,
but
and,
we'll drive him just looking.
Beyond that, it looks like a sort of the same sort of glow you see from Divine spell work. It seems to be moving its hands along the automata. You don't see any notable, like, hey, this thing's re-knitting or anything like that. It's just moving. Gifton. Oberon's actually sort of holding this stoppered file up, and it looks like it's empty. But as he is regarding it, from around the corner comes the. By the way, I should note there are no footfalls from these automata as they move around. Like there's no sound.
They do move their legs. They don't.
They do move their legs. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
They don't make any.
But yeah, you do hear a chime, Gifton, and the rest of your companions actually walking behind this thing. As it goes, source of breach.
Oh, hi! Yeah, we found this bottle and it had this weird stuff in the room, but it's okay because Oberon totally cleaned it up.
So is that okay?
I threw Shaxton across the room.
He was really nice and made sure I didn't get it because it could have totally got me. It's some sort of contagion.
Please return temporal contagion to its cell.
Yep, it's in there.
Oh, okay. It's not interesting anyway. And Oberon's going to place it back and step out.
It makes everything still, and that's not very fun.
But you can do funny pranks with that kind of thing. You know, someone thinks that no time's passed at all. They've just taken a bite of an apple, and then suddenly everything they've ever known and loved gone in an instant. And you don't even have to lift a finger to do it.
There, from where we are, is there an actual?
You're a lot more far-reaching in your practical jokes than I am.
Well, a long payoff is a good payoff.
I wouldn't live long enough to see a payoff like that.
And what was that? What was that, Carrick?
The room that there's in is. I know you mentioned before we got here the door is open. Is there an actual door, or is there just?
There's a door.
Missing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And besides, you're going to be able to get in here now that you have the way to get in the room. I'm just going to walk out. Oh, hello! I'm going to say hi to the new automata.
Greetings.
Hello.
And then there is another chime. New designation. Gifton.
Yes, I am Gifton Greysteel.
Yes, you are the Gifton Greysteel.
Yes. New designation also. Archangel Gabriel, also referred to as Oberon.
Need confirmation of 2 archangels and or Giftons.
Oh, this is getting tiring.
I confirm. I looked at Dadriel.
Yes, I confirm. No, wait, no, I don't.
He goes by Oberon though.
Why haven't they clued into the fact that Oberon can also confirm this?
Oberon, do you confirm that you go by Oberon?
Yes, I'm Oberon.
Yeah.
Please state clearly what you desire.
Corvus is wandering off.
Do you wish these little fellows to properly address you, my lord?
What? Oh, yes.
He's very distracted from it. Just what?
Okay, well, I'm just fluid on
the automata is like twitching its head about because it didn't actually get confirmation from 2 archangels.
Or Giftons.
Or Giftons. Yeah, because Dadriel went, wait, no.
Dadriel is rude. Like, why no?
Because he's not quite of his right mind, and them recognize him entirely without our prompting is potentially problematic.
Okay, I'm just trying to be helpful.
I know.
I wonder if this miraculum counts as a gift now.
How about this? New designation, Archangel Taniel as Titania.
Its head twitches over towards Gabriel and Dadriel rather, and Dadriel pauses for a moment before going, confirmed. And then the automata goes, confirmed. Archangel Taniel shall be recognized as Archangel Titania.
Good enough. It's a step. It's a step.
The emergency has been resolved. Please leave unsafe area.
The emergency hasn't been resolved. That's not why we're in here. What?
Containment breach has been contained.
What?
The containment breach has been contained.
Yeah,
What?
but we're in here about the first dragons.
Its head twitches side to side for a second. It goes, updated commands from 4 unit. Yes. First dragons, cataclysmic danger.
Yes. Please assist by identifying items in this facility.
Please confirm that you intend to use items within this facility to combat first dragons.
Confirm.
Confirmed. Please check your confirmation. She should be the only one that needs to confirm anything. Archangel Dadriel says Gifton Greysteel does not need secondary confirmation. Confirmed. And he looks at you.
I don't like this. Confirm.
Confirmed.
I'm waiting for the Roger Roger.
Just got handed the keys of the kingdom here. Holy crap.
Searching database.
Oh wait, kind of.
This may take a moment.
Oh god, is that a moment? Is that a Feywild moment or a real moment?
Well, to be fair, it won't make a difference to us.
Or is it a New York moment?
Right, and the unit has sort of gone inert. You can still hear like soft musical chiming and whirring.
Anything off the top of your head? Yeah,
Yes. So I knew of a artifact that, well, essentially, we weren't quite sure whether it was just contained or literally sapped away magic, and not like an anti-magic field which just turns it off for a bit, but literally took it in, absorbed it, drained it from the area. Being that one of them is, well, a magical beast. But I think you understand the problem with utilizing such a thing unless you put it somewhere and then...
Mm-hmm. Basically, if you use it, then all of your magic is gone.
Quite permanently, yes. But it is in a safe containment and should be able to be transported safely. Just
all right.
Deploying it, not entirely sure how you'd go about it.
Maybe
We'll figure that one out later.
Some way to
Also, as monstrous as it seems, having Zat in the baby pile and just Jax is pointing directly at the time contagion thing. Having Zat in the baby pile would not be a bad idea.
I don't know how we contain that one unless we get our dear Lord Oberon to teach me that fancy trick he just did.
What you just do it.
Yeah, we shunt them off to a pocket universe. If we can, drop that in there with them, close it, and hope for the best.
That's awfully complicated. All you do is you separate the space between the particle and everything else.
You have scissors in the other room that can do exactly that.
Oh, there you go then. Wait, which scissors?
Oh, they're shears, but same difference.
Oh, those boring things. They can't do that. They just slice open a gap and you go through, and then you're in another plane, just boring stuff.
Have you used them before?
Yes.
Have you used a lot of the things in here?
Well, in that other room, yes.
Oh. I bet that was fun.
Some of it. That armor you took was quite fun.
Oh, did you use that?
Yes, I lost my mind for quite some time. It was a very fun break.
Oh, I just feel really sad for it. It seems upset.
It's an angry fellow. I did enjoy running free, though.
Oh. Well, maybe we can help it a bit. Poor thing.
You put it on somebody that you don't care about, and you just let it go wild.
Glad I didn't put it on. I say with a smile.
I don't know, it's quite fun. And there's a chime from the automata as it goes. There are 3 items within these halls that could be used to combat the first dragons. There are 2 items within higher containment that could be used to combat the first dragons.
What are the 3 items here, and what are the 2 items in higher containment?
First item: Sphere of Absorption. Magical artifact. Devours magic. Second item: Poisoned bloodline. Needle that once administered to a subject will follow its lineage back and forward and destroy all traces. Third item: round of ammunition for projectile weapon. Strikes a target, renders it unexisting.
Okay.
What kind of ammunition?
There is a chime. Advanced ammunition. Bolt head.
Crossbow bolt?
There is some worrying visits checking the term and goes, affirmed.
Thank you. How many ammunition is there?
1.
What are the 2 items in higher containment?
Restricted information.
Please give restricted information.
Needs confirmation from Lalasil.
Oh,
That is
I
up
bear
to
Lullasil's spark, as she has passed away.
oh.
I am the last remnants of Lullasil.
The automata straightens. Please wait. And starts to march off back down the corridor.
Why do I think that was a bad thing to say?
Maybe. It might be destroying everything in here now.
Could be.
But have to try. Alright, well, let's see if we can find that magic absorby thing. I'll put it in my pocket for now and get that ammo.
I don't like that needle.
We're not
At least
taking the
what we're
needle.
doing.
The needle is a no-go.
Yeah.
It would wipe out
That's not
entire
terrifying.
lines of dragons, possibly.
All of them, maybe.
Yeah.
And it would probably hit Morgani too.
I mean,
If
technically
it would
she
hit
gave the
Morgani,
blood.
it must be it would have been in the higher containment, surely.
Yeah. No, but it might hit. A first dragon might end up taking out an entire bloodline of actual dragons or more.
No,
Almost
so I know
likely.
if we use it on the physical, it takes out both the copper and the red.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, I know where the sphere is. I think I do. This way.
Oh,
And-
sphere. I heard it as fear.
Sphere.
Yeah.
Fear makes more sense.
Or
Fear does too.
Mhm.
But
the fear of annihilation.
I read it. I heard the fear of absorption, and I'm like, magic would fear it then because
Mm.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and he starts to head off down one of these corridors and around another corner, and will lead you all towards this orb, unless people want to, go wandering on their own.
No, I'm gonna ponder that thing.
Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me. Uh,
Not the first we've done.
okay, and it's striking you as you're wandering these corridors. There are an awful lot of these doors. Just judging by corridors untaken or such, there's got to be more than just a single artifact per cycle. Or perhaps they just had extra containment rooms. You're not sure.
There's just dangerous crap being made all the time.
But eventually you are led to a door that is quite a bit thicker. It's actually set into the wall, and the wall itself is not the same stonework as all the other statement cells seem to have around them. Seems to be made of a different material, just a shimmering orange stone instead of this white of the others. Right. It strikes me, he says, looking in the sort of little porthole, and you can see a chest in there, that I don't know if the containment in there is still working.
Yeah, that's the thing. How
Does it just eat magic?
Yes.
And
I can
you
send in
have no
my-
magic.
Basically, I know it had a large range. The range did not grow or shrink, which is thankful. But yes, it ate magic, as in could not replenish. You're all aware of the sort of natural aura that shows someone's ability to remain active and cast magical stuff. Gone.
Permanently.
Permanently.
Going in.
If its containment had failed, would we not already be affected by it? Or would the door be?
These walls are made of the same things that line the chest.
so it's in there.
As long as that chest is intact, we're good. And it
If you want, I
looks...
can send in my. If you want, I can send in this, and Shax will produce the spider again. And if it stops moving when it gets in the doorway, then we know the containment has failed.
how far can it operate from you?
There is not a range.
Marvelous. In that case, I suggest we get far away down these corridors and have... I don't think it'll be able to open the door.
Hadvin will open the door.
Okay, then that is the plan, I suppose. If it does not... Why don't you just open the door, have your little thing hanging around here, and give it the command to come back to us once the door's open. If it returns to us, we know no magical eating is happening. Otherwise, it would be unable to return.
That is what I was thinking.
How far is the field?
Be able to close the door.
I don't actually know its maximum range. Yes, that is a problem. If the magical thing is eating things, then this is a no-go area.
Why don't we set some ropes up? Maybe get ready so we can yank it? I don't know.
Raz just lets out a soft sigh and goes, why don't I just stand here and open the door?
You have magic.
I don't particularly care if I lose it at this point.
I care. You're helping build the forge.
We all know that is just something to occupy me.
Do we have anyone who is incapable of magic?
I think Cassie isn't.
I don't have anything left.
Which direction does the door open?
It's inwards.
So Gifton's idea of ropes could be used to close it again.
Yeah.
But how much rope did we all bring? How far does the range of
I
the
have
orb
150
go?
feet, but Cassie's right. She doesn't have any magic.
So she stays here with Jackson's device.
And then she can close the door if it stops moving. Because I don't see the mark of magic on Cassie. I don't see Cassie the way she was. I don't think it'll hurt her. And if it is broken, Cassie's the best one to carry it against the magic dragon.
That doesn't make sense.
But we are still of the situation Where that door opens and we are in a vicinity.
We go into another room. Come with me. We'll go hang out in the poison gas or in the contagion room, and we stay in there until Cassie comes to get us. These rooms are sealed up with the same material, like Dadriel said. We go wait in another room.
This room
in particular
sealed.
has a unique material. Why don't we go find that automata and find out the exact distance needed?
Good idea.
That's probably a good idea.
All right, we'll get an automata.
She has one of your communication things, yes?
Yes. Actually,
right, we'll tell her when we're out of a safe range.
Oh, yeah, she does now. Gotta switch the blue one back over. Want to make sure.
That not cease to work. Once...
Well, we're telling her before she opens the door.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna go find an automata and ask.
Okay. You start wandering back through the corridors, Sans, Cassie, and Spider. Eventually, you come across the automata, basically back in that main first room of this section you'd entered. There are now 3 more automata standing, and each turn to face you as you approach.
Greetings.
Query. What is the minimum safe distance from the sphere of absorption?
There is some ticking. 173 feet.
Thank you. What is the distance right now to the sphere of absorption from where we are?
364 feet.
Are we all here, except for Cassie?
I think so, yes.
All right. I'm going to say, give her the go-ahead.
Yep, Shax will definitely go. We have sufficient distance away, Cassie. You may open the door at your leisure.
Cass is going to respond. Okay, at least now I can be useful. And then she's going to cut off and open the door.
Okay. You open up the door, and Spider is still sort of standing there, just doing its little movements.
And I'm going to walk inside and check the chest.
It seems to be shut. You don't see any cracks in its exterior. Seems to have its own lock on it.
I'm going to message back. Okay, it seems to be shut.
And you do get that message.
Yep, my friend go. Well, I received a message back from her, therefore that the link was going. I have not felt the spider cease, and she has said that the chest seems to be fine.
All right, good. So we know we can claim that chest. Is there...
Please confirm the death of Lalasil.
Confirmed.
Last contact with Lalasil. 2 billion. 1,075,000. And its head starts to tick side to side.
Lalasil's children live on.
Explain Spark of Lalasil.
Lalasil left a fragment of herself to develop a new god. It has split into 2. With the power of Ilan and Lalasil, they are becoming new gods, the children of Lalasil.
Possible.
Okay. Confirm. Possible?
Possible. Affirming. Acknowledging. Death of Lalasil. Likely. 2 billion. 175 million. 14,331 years since last contact.
That is quite some time.
What cycle was that?
Previous cycle.
Houston's eyes are gonna widen and she's gonna slowly look over at Raziel.
I told you I'd been alive for a long time.
Oh, sweetie.
He just shrugs lightly.
That does make my journey seem quite short.
It's all relative.
Now,
Did you at least enjoy any good food?
Occasionally.
Corvus is returned to Cassie.
Okay, you moving off.
Yeah, I'm just walking off.
Corvus, where are you going?
Assisting.
Well, I'm heading back that way. Last thing I'm doing is letting Mr. Anti-Magic
Please
go and
halt.
get the chest. What?
Please halt.
I will stop.
Confirm location of sparks.
Inside me.
That's when the saws come out.
Please come with us.
Do we need to explain the birds and the bees to them?
I'm gonna kind of give a look and go, all right, orders from your general. Don't let anybody run off with the anti-magic thing yet. I want that in either Carrick or Shaxton's bag. That's what I'm saying.
Feels like a bad idea to put that in a bag of holding.
Oh, that is a bomb.
I mean, as long as it doesn't break containment, it's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it breaks containment, it's fucked no matter what, right? So
Yeah,
it's honestly safer in a bag of holding because then at least it's in an interdimensional space. Because in a pocket dimension, it's not actually where you are. It just can never get accessed again.
Please come with us.
I'm coming with them.
Right, you're gonna go off with them.
I'll go off with them.
Right,
Someone should probably go with them. With authority.
I'm going with her. As she says, and she goes, well, I'll keep her perfectly safe. I am lord of this realm.
Unfortunately, it may be a good idea to have
Me. Dadriel actually moves off.
So the 3 angels are leaving. Goodbye.
4 angels are leaving, you mean?
I'm sorry, I am the Gifton.
Just means your type of angel.
Listen, cherubs had babies. Right.
Well,
we should go over and...
Nothing says everybody needs to help Cass if someone else wants to come along.
I will go. The help Cass.
Okay, I'm actually I will go.
Tell they just suddenly forgot how to speak.
No, not Tilde. Just Hattan.
Yeah.
Don't feel like the only one.
Right. So who's going after Corvus?
Me. Or technically, I'm going to its destination.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Shax actually doesn't go Carrick. So you go to Sim, since that thing might be heavy. I will go with Gifton.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Okay.
Yuli?
Yes.
Cass is test lifting the chest.
How much force do you want to put into lifting that?
Just to see if I can even budget.
Okay, so you try to budget, and you know when you go to move an object, and your brain goes, "It's this big. It looks like it's made of this material, so it would be this heavy."
Yeah.
Pacific gravity, yes.
You almost fling it upwards, expecting the weight that seems to be non-existent.
That's why I was test lifting.
Yeah. Whatever this strange orange material is, doesn't weigh much.
Okay. Cass is going to shove it in a bag.
Okay.
Now, when you say shove it in a bag,
Her bag of holding that she bought.
okay.
Okay.
I was like, you're shoving it into a regular bag.
Right. So you go to put it in this bag of holding, Cass.
I'm tying it together in addition to the lock.
Okay. So you're roping it first, and then you go to put it in the bag of holding.
Yes.
Cass, looking into the bag of holding as you're sort of putting it in, the space in there suddenly seems to increase.
What?
And the opening, like where it's attached to the material, seems to be heating.
Yeah, pulling it out.
Okay, it's like the ocular.
Right,
That's
so
not
it's
okay.
not going in there.
Also, notably, one of the automata is actually accompanying the group heading off to the chest, as if keeping an eye on you guys. while the other 3 are moving off with Gifton.
It's almost like they tried to follow my order.
If it's moving at the same pace or keeping up with us, I will ask it questions, but I'm also going to be heading at full movement speed.
It has no trouble keeping up.
Oh.
If you want to dash triple rogue nonsense, that thing is going to run after you with surprising swiftness.
So I am essentially keeping it from keeping an eye on the others.
Yes.
Got it.
Tempted to see if it'll no longer follow you if I suddenly go fly speed and move at.
I think Talday can still beat you.
My
What's your
move
fly
speed is
speed?
80.
Yeah, you beat me.
Alright,
Yeah, big
I
fan
must
of
ask,
your
who is
beast
going to go
man.
fastest?
I'm not. I'm just walking.
It's following Telday then.
I was just tempted when you said it was keeping pace.
What questions do you want to ask it, Telday?
I'm not actually going to do the full dashes and everything. I'm just going to walk
In a hurry.
full regular speed.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
I will ask it what its purpose is.
Purpose: maintain facility, care for artifacts.
I will ask how long it has existed.
Number big.
Error.
473 cycles.
I was going to say it's just going to throw the cycles out there. I knew it was going to do years.
I was going to just throw back an error. Just error.
I wanted it to say 474 cycles just to really throw everything off.
I will ask it how many other automata there are in this facility.
In this facility, there are 60 automata.
I will ask what its capacity for independent thought is.
It will give you nearly word for word the same answer that the first one did.
Hey, out of character, I've got a good question. I was asking how many automata are there total?
Are there any other similar facilities?
Not to this automata's knowledge.
Are there any other automata not in this facility?
Yes.
Any knowledge of the location?
Outside of this facility.
I wonder if the other gods made one of these for themselves after Talasil died, because they're like, shit, no, I gotta keep care of this own shit myself.
Who made this automata?
Automata was crafted by Talan.
Were all of the automata crafted by Talon?
Affirmative.
Whose facility is this?
This is facility under the care of Lalasil, now deceased. Facility is without carer. Problematic. Emergency.
What happens in this case?
Protocol dictates facility be rescinded to other gods.
If someone lays claim to the facility, what happens?
They become the facility's new caretaker. Census
What
can
does
only be
that mean?
reached with approval of greater majority of gods.
What is the responsibility of the caretaker?
To see that no items in the facility are removed from the facility. To see that no outsiders that are not meant to be accessing the facility access the facility. To see that items that belong in the facility are taken to the facility.
Is the caretaker able to leave?
Yes.
That's good. That would have been awkward. Ooh, it's getting windy up there. I'm not sure how many other questions I could really get out before we'd arrive at this pace.
I'll allow you 2 more if you wanted.
Okay. Are there any sentient creatures within this facility outside of the designated visitors?
Please define creature.
Are there any sentient beings outside of the designated visitors?
Answer difficult.
Explain.
Many items show signs of sentience.
That's a problem.
That is a problem. That's the reason why I'm rescuing a suit of armor that might be really bad for me to put on.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible to have a listing, physical, of all items contained within this facility?
No. This is deemed a security threat.
Reasonable. That is unfortunately too.
Yep. As you're sort of getting that answer, you actually come around the corner to Corvus and Cassie. Corvus, you arrived short while before. See Cassie with this box and her bag holding out.
And doing the no.
Yeah, and seemingly like pulling the box away from the bag of holding.
Problems?
I think Cassie's player disappeared for a second. Right before
In that
this.
case, we will move to the other group real quick. Right, Gifton and Co. The automata are marching you basically in the opposite direction that your companions were. Seem just bypassing all of these secure doors and moving at quite a pace. They seem to be trying to have a sort of tri-flank formation around you.
Where are we going?
Secure and safe holding facility.
Why?
So that you may be kept secure and safe until sparks form into new gods.
Ah, you're an anomaly.
Unfortunately, in order for sparks to develop into new gods, they require experiences of happiness and joy and love and song and etc. that I have been told to go do out there.
The lack of formation of new gods is also acceptable.
What? That doesn't sound good. I want the babies to grow up.
Please, come with us.
Going with them, but I'm not sure if I want to go. You're not going to put me in something I can't get out of, are you?
Please, come with us.
Please confirm.
They stop moving. There's some ticking of their heads from side to side and then confirmed.
You confirm that you will not be locking me in something that I cannot leave.
We confirm that you shall be kept safe and secure. You may leave once the gods are contained.
Once the gods are contained?
Dadriel's just sighing softly to himself and just going, she will not be going with you. Unacceptable. You must be contained. New gods must be analysed. If threat to world, contained. If Lalasil reborn, nurtured. She is not going with you. There is a moment of silence, and then the automata one reaches out to put its hand on you, Gifton, and the others turn to face the people accompanying you as if trying to bar their way to you. The
way they put the try thing, was it that one was on either side and then one behind her, or one in front?
Two flanking behind her, one before her.
Please understand.
We understand.
Lalasil died to give me my purpose. I must honor that and do as I was ordered.
Please understand.
She was killed by the other gods.
Please understand. Lalasil gave us our directive. We must do as we are ordered.
Were you ordered to take her children in this way?
No orders pertaining to the children of Lalasil found. Orders pertaining to the formation of new godlike beings found.
Then you're already behind because there's one out there already.
There is some more ticking, some shaking of the heads. Please confirm the existence of other godlike beings.
Ea has come into existence. Hevos and Mairi had a child together. The gods
Confirmed.
allowed another
Understood.
another goddess to be made.
Priority 1. Contain sparks before us. Priority 2. Contain new godlike being already in the world. Please come with us.
Yeah. Can we stop giving the automatas bad ideas, please?
What do you mean? I'm trying to explain to them how things are, what's been agreed upon, what's moved on.
They know their orders, nothing more.
I'm trying to tell them that there were new orders. Lalasil's not alive to be able to confirm to them that this is what they're supposed to be doing.
Then there were not new orders. They only take them from Lalasil, the one who cannot give them anymore. They're soldiers without a general.
That one automata in front of you just lays its hand very gently on your shoulder, Gifton, and just goes, "Please, come with me." I've had enough of this, Raz says.
Jax is reaching into his bag of holding and he's bombing the magic metal melter.
Okay.
No, they're stone.
I don't think it gives a shit if they're stone.
Raz is also going to try and put up a shield between the automata before Gifton, and let's see. It needs to make a dexterity check. Okay, Gifton, the one that was sort of holding you is suddenly shoved back as Raz raises a field between you and it. The other two immediately actually go to swing at those closest to them. We're gonna eeny, meeny, money, mo. Shexon, Carrick, high or low?
I'm not there.
Oh, you're not there. That's right.
Eric's with
I'm actually the only one who's there.
Yeah.
Cassie.
Yeah. So
It's me, Dad, and Raz.
It's Oberon, Raz,
Yeah.
Dadriel, and Saxon.
Shexon, high or low?
Oh no, we're gonna have a
I'll say hi.
flower automaton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You do not get slugged. It actually goes for Oberon instead. The other one going for Dadriel.
That's the worst idea.
Dadriel basically does actually get pushed back a bit. He blocks the blow, but there is such a force that it does send him skidding back on his feet. Oberon goes to wave his hand dismissively at the automata, and then frowns as nothing happens to the automata, and he gets punched directly in the face.
Oh no!
And gets sent tumbling.
You have no power here, kind of bullshit.
Cassie's gonna be so sad when she finds out that she missed
You
that.
missed out on him getting punched in the face.
Yeah. Anything you want to do, Kirsten?
I want to hurt him. This is awkward. Fuck. Standing orders. Shut down.
There is that sound of musical chiming ticking. One of the unit's head starts to move side to side frantically, and it actually does shut down. The one behind the field just starts to go, error, superseding, priority 1. And the other seems to halt briefly, although you can still see it's hear that little music chiming, that whirring, that almost like it's thought process. The one that is separated from you by the shield is just basically putting its palms on the field, and they start to glow.
If you do not, in fact, shut down, I will cause irreparable harm to myself and the spark.
The glow immediately ceases. Please, do not harm yourself.
I don't want to.
You will be kept safe,
Listen.
secure, comfortable.
It won't matter if the first dragons destroy everything.
We will assist in arming those here with weaponry to fight the first dragons.
What if I promise you I'll come back and I'll stay here?
It actually seems to be pondering. There is no guarantee of promise kept.
There is only hope. I have full intention of making sure that the spark sees fruition. If I can make sure that the world will be safe the way Lalasil asked, I will come back here and stay here for as long as you need me to. Forever and always. And there will be no attempts to fight.
A moment, please. And it seems to tilt its head down, as if in thought. Raz actually looks over it and goes, "Well, not letting that happen."
Well, there'll be a nice visitor room, I'm sure.
Dadriel is going to clear his throat and goes, "Unit, if you had confirmation from the other gods that their wish was to see this spark brought to fruition outside of this facility, would you obey?" Affirmative. Other gods may nominate new caretaker for facility. New caretaker for facility may nominate how artifacts are treated.
Great. So how do we contact the other gods?
I'll be right
You
back.
do essentially seem to have one on speed dial.
I did real.
And he's actually going to move over and he's going to hug you tightly. And
Very tightly.
And looks at Raz, nods, and then goes over to Oberon and helps him stand up. Who Oberon's just sort of sitting there on the floor, like touching his cheek.
I'm gonna go give Oberon a hug too.
Keep her safe, brother, he says to Oberon as he moves on out. And
Are you okay?
It hit me.
It did. I don't think you've had that happen in a long time.
Not without consent, certainly.
Can I cast any healing magic on him?
Do you wanna?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'll cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, what level?
I'll do it at level 3. I'm just taking it off the list because I don't want to spam chat.
Okay.
So just, yeah.
Yeah.
Level 3.
It definitely seeps into him. there wasn't too much actual visible damage there. But he seems to appreciate the gesture and goes, why didn't it go away?
What were you doing?
I was unwilling it.
Well, that doesn't just work for everybody.
Yes, it does.
Not for everybody.
Here it does. My realm, my rules.
Well, for you it does when you do it to people, but it doesn't work for the rest of us.
But I was doing it to that. Why didn't it go away?
Why didn't it go away?
I don't know. Why didn't you go away? Why is it shut down?
I told it to.
Well, why would you do that?
Oh, fine, wake up. I'm gonna hum a little chime that I've been hearing those things make. Wake up.
It snaps its head to attention suddenly.
Okay. Well, it wakes up again, so it's okay.
Why did you not be undone? Why were you not unmade? Units are made to counteract, resist. That's not an explanation at all.
I think it's specifically made out of something that you can't do anything to.
I don't like it.
Can you make it grow a flower?
He squints a little bit and then crosses his arms and goes, I could if I wanted to.
All right, I'll hold my hand up. Can you make my finger grow a flower?
I could if I wanted to.
Can you?
I'm not supposed to do such things to mortals.
I'm asking you to.
And you'll tell her that.
Yes.
And he just sort of lifts one hand out of the crossed arms, gives a little sort of very tiny finger wave to your own finger, and a little bud sprouts out.
Oh, it's the cutest thing! Look at it! I will show everybody.
Tiny child sitting on the floor.
It's very lovely, thank you.
I don't like these things.
Child?
In fact, I don't like this place. I'm going home. And he's actually going to stand up.
Before you do, hold the finger up. So that way we both don't get in trouble with her.
Oh, yes. And he just flicks his wrist and it just dissipates.
Yep.
That is what I wanted to do to that.
I'm sorry.
I don't like what you've brought me to.
I'm sorry.
Well, they're over there talking. Shax is going to, from where he palmed it, just let Raz see the weird little thing go. I don't know if you know what this is, but do you think this would work on them?
Who are you showing that to?
Raziel.
Raz looks down at it for looking over at those things and shaking his head a bit and going, they don't appear to be made from anything metallic, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, that's specifically agitated metal.
It's fine. They obviously going to have a
when you get down to the basic bits of it, everything is of the same conceptual matter. I mean, our own blades are formed from our energy and just akin to metal. So whatever that device taps into, if that stuff's thought of as metal, maybe it works. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, if I end up back into a combat scenario, I'll give it a try.
He seems awfully huffy. He's just watching Oberon, who is sort of smoothing out his robe now he's standing. And he goes, don't you apologize. I wanted to come in here.
Well, I was happy to see you.
Oh, it's been a joy to see you. Maybe we just need to see each other elsewhere. More fun. Less
I hope that you and I get to have lots of fun sometime. I'd enjoy that.
Yes, lots of fun. In fact, I know what we'll do. There is a wonderful... And his gaze goes distant. No, it's not right. No. I'm sorry, I was picturing there's different things. Strange wet streets from distance from the facility, but no, it's garden out there.
Yeah.
I will find somewhere nice for us to go.
All right. I look forward to it. Tell your lady I said hello.
Of course. Goodbye, other mortals.
People that travel with me.
Mm-hmm. And
Lord Dingus.
and he will give a flourishing bow to Dingus. And he's just going to start walking through the corridors, still in a bit of a huff.
And when he's out of earshot, when for the comment resume that he's in a bit of a huff, well, he's essentially someone. If you had the ability to unmake it and do anything you wanted with your mind, and suddenly found something that did not let you, get a little bit angry.
Yes, the loss of power is definitely vexing.
Can agree.
Well, I have a feeling that Dadriel is announcing his existence to the world right now.
Yes, probably.
Back with the other group. I assume Cassie's back.
Yeah. Cass is tying the chest to her side because it's not going in that bag, not without explosions.
Corvus has arrived, and shortly after Tell Day. With an automata. And Carrick.
Yeah.
Why are you tying that to yourself?
Because it is a health hazard putting it in a bag.
I'm gonna look at how big it is. Would it fit in just a regular backpack if someone had one?
Yeah.
As I go look at my character sheet.
Corvus.
This is basically the size of a large music box.
Corvus unpacks some of his bag and sets it down. You can put it in there if you want. And he pulls his satchel over and puts all his stuff in the satchel.
Are you all right? No ill effects.
Nothing out of the recent normal.
That is good.
I still can't work up a spark even if I tried.
Would you like a flint?
Oh, you went that route. I was going to go.
Just so you're aware, by now the automata, since nothing else happened there and hasn't gone back to Shack, so it basically had at some point gone up you and gone up and it's basically nestled into your ponytail.
Oh, the spider!
The spider, yeah.
What do you think it was?
See a bit, he says, I said automata, so I didn't think she thought the big one.
That automata is getting a really personal.
It's very
You
happy.
could even
I
see it's quite
don't know how
near.
Cassie could stand the robotic spider deciding to nestle into her hair. Or Gifton would have flung it across the room right now and screamed.
Gifton, Cass,
on feet by it.
why don't you put it in the bag so it's not visibly seen like something is awkward?
I will put it in a bag, but I'm keeping the bag.
That's fine. I would like my bag back eventually.
Once we get back, you'll get your bag back.
All right.
And Cass will put it in the bag.
Where did Gifton go? And the rest?
I have no idea. They were with you.
No, I'm asking the others.
Automata, please explain what is happening now with designation Gifton Greysteel.
The Gifton Greysteel is being escorted to a secure holding facility so that she may be kept safe, secure,
What?
contained.
That's sounding like
That's.
Please
All right.
direct as fast as possible.
I'm going to.
Facility location is to be kept unknown to those without proper authority.
I'm going to try using the Link Pearl distraction. Section, what is going on where you all are?
This is probably in the midst of their kind of showdown at the moment.
You actually hear buzzing.
Anything?
Shaxton, you do not receive that message. And yeah, this was in the middle of the showdown, essentially.
Buzzing. I'm going to take my ring off and try it again.
Okay, yep, still buzzing.
Okay, so it wasn't on my end. Okay, it wasn't the ring. Don't have a way to.
It is possible that we may need to be quarantined in the same place.
Unlikely.
Have you
Or
verified
you are
that we do
given
not
weapons
contain
and sent out to
sparks
fight the
of
first
gods?
dragons.
This has not been verified, but is likely to be a deception. Please, your friend will not be harmed.
Can you verify the condition of the automata that were escorting her?
Its head starts to tick from side to side. Deactivated. Overload. Active. Hold. And it seems to go inactive for a moment. And then it looks back up and goes, negotiation. Awaiting the return of the one designated as Archangel Dadriel.
Alright then.
Return for what?
The Archangel Dadriel is fetching gods to confirm new caretaker of facility and their wishes as to the treatment of new gods.
Gifton's sparks.
Can you guide us to the rest of our party?
It seems to be either pondering or communicating with something. Before it looks at you and goes, do you not wish to retrieve other items that were requested?
That may be a good idea to continue that.
Might be a good idea to get it done before the gods won't let us take shit out now.
Yes. Guide us to the round of ammunition.
Please, follow me. And it's going to start moving.
And as we're moving, is it moving at our rate or is it moving at its own rate?
It seems to try to match a group average while like keeping ahead of you as a guide.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this time as rocking down past a bunch of doors to kind of periodically peek at what doors say as I can.
Okay. You will pass by various doors with various little things on them, which I'm not going to describe all of them because that's impossible.
I'm gonna look for anything that stands out as something that might be helpful that these things don't think would be helpful to us.
Okay, go ahead and give me a investigation check.
Okay.
Anyone else that wants to do the same thing is more than welcome to.
Well, I can't read Enochian, so...
Yes, that's true. In fact, I think that's the only...
I'm the only one on this side that can.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
thankfully, you've rolled very well. You're walking along, and there's some esoteric names, like some you can't even begin to guess what the fuck that is supposed to be.
The yellow pages.
Telephone.
Before you come across one, let's see.
Printing press.
Sharp 359.
That's all I have to say to that one.
You see one that is simply listed as understanding.
I'm guessing it's good.
That
I'm
is
guessing the door's closed.
the door is closed.
There's a slit we can see?
Yeah.
I'm gonna peek real quick.
Well, we
I
don't.
guess I will peek because
yeah,
you don't know
Yeah.
what the
We
thing.
don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrick, if you peek inside, it is just what looks like to be a glove, a vaguely bluish glove, but very, very light blue. It's looks like it's dyed leather.
Gonna hit that button. Just as a reminder. I'm going to catch up with the automaton.
Mhm.
Remembering where this thing is. Automaton, what does understanding do?
Please clarify. Are you referring to the artifact or the act?
The artifact, or did you say the act?
Yes.
Okay, the artifact.
The artifact, understanding, from cycle 9. Understanding
That's all.
was created to try and reach a chord. Understanding, when worn, the touch of understanding to another by the wearer will make the other understand their point of view, their emotion, their reasoning.
Okay.
I want it.
Yeah. Is it always active, or is it something that requires it to be used? Like,
Wearing the glove makes it active.
would it happen no matter if you just touch someone, or do you need to?
The form of touch must be a grasp, embrace.
Can it be removed once it is put on?
Yes.
Okay. How well is it paying attention is the question. You start falling back a little bit and see what happens.
You could ask for it to open it.
Okay.
'Cause you can't really get those doors
Yeah,
open.
that's right, because we're under command. We're actually supposed to. Please go back and open the door to understanding.
You are to be granted access to things of assistive nature.
I believe it will actually be of assistance with one of the dragons specifically.
Confirmed. And it will turn on heel and head back towards the door.
Well done. Leave this place dry.
I'll be honest, I'm thinking about using it for Morgani. It might
Yeah.
actually fix
I
it.
wonder if you can use it on these things.
I don't know if I want them to understand my stuff. I mean, for one, they're not actually.
Actually, there's one creature I want to use it on that's not Morgani.
Oberon?
No, the Dreamer.
Oh, okay. My brain immediately went.
It opens up the door for you.
I am going to go in and it's just a glove, regular glove.
Yep, looks like basically woven leather sort of sewing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very primitive looking glove, although dyed, which is advanced to an extent.
Okay. Is it secured in anything, or is it just sitting there?
It is just resting on this little stone plinth.
I will take it, and I am going to, for now, actually slip it into my regular pouch.
Okay.
Sorry, I ran out of ink, so I'm refilling my fountain pen because I stopped being able to write stuff. Continue on to the round, please.
Please follow me, and it will continue walking along. Gifton and Shaxton. There is the sound of footfalls approaching. And you soon see Dadriel reappearing, accompanied by 3 figures. One of them is they're all air quote familiar. You've seen them, but to give them a bit more familiar, Illan. So, is just looking around sadly at things as he walks through. The second, looking quite similar to Imor, but in the Ilan, but in the far more muted tones, is Imor, who is actually holding his scythe, and directly behind the two of them is Talon.
Oh, I see you brought the cavalry.
Ilan smiles softly at you.
How much trouble are we in on a scale of 1 to 10?
That depends how this goes, Talon says in a sort of rather booming voice.
Great to see you again as well, sir.
He just gives you an acknowledging nod.
I'm actually gonna give him a nod, but it's like...
You're to speak of what I am about to do to nobody. Is that understood?
Yeah.
And he looks at you, Gifton.
Okay.
And he walks on over to the automatons. The one that has sort of been awaiting.
Oh, he's got a back door, doesn't he? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's going to.
And as he comes over to the automata, he looks at the other gods who are watching him, and he just goes, "The red world whirls within the forming dances and trots softly into the night." And the automata all chime at once, the others reactivating and getting out of their little loop.
Okay, is that even the one with us?
Mm-hmm. You actually hear this chime. Even though you are very far away with your own automata, it does stop and chime.
And do a chime.
Yep. You are to obey orders given by the Trinity of gods here, and until given further notice by any one of us, to obey the orders of this being identified as Gifton Greysteel. And there is actually echoing in the corridors as every single automata actually that can talk just goes, "Confirmed." So to the other party, it just looks like this automata stopped, chimed, and just said "confirmed" for no fucking reason.
Well, I assume that
turning
negotiation is going somewhere.
Hopefully.
It is not trying to kill us. That is the most important part.
Which probably means that we have company now again.
Thank you.
He just tilts his head slightly. Be wise.
I'm sorry for the deceptions.
I don't think I am in a position to chid you for that, considering what you just witnessed. And he is actually going to turn on heel and start walking out. Ilan and him will just watch him leave. Are you okay? Ilan asks.
Yeah, they were just gonna keep me safe for end of time or something. I don't know. They just figured, it's like an egg, and they were just gonna let it go.
And he's actually going to come over and give you a firm hug.
I'll give him a hug.
Him all watching this, it's just a slight upturn of his lips. Well, I second his advice. Be wise. There are dangerous things here.
Trust me, we're pretty scared of it, especially the whole time disease thing. That was not fun, and I'm gonna go over and give him more a hug. I don't know if he'll accept it. I'll try.
Imor, as you approach, Imor just sort of shakes his head slightly and holds his hand up and goes, "You wouldn't feel comfortable, please."
You can let me try.
No, not with what you're carrying. I would not want to taint that.
He is death, essentially.
Wouldn't want your children growing up morose for no reason, would you?
And she's already got one overgrown child who's already a morose. Why not another?
I'm just gonna lurch forward and give him the hug.
He actually flinches slightly, arms sort of wide in one of those ways of someone that is just not used to contact.
A Corvus pose?
Yeah, basically. Before he just lays a hand gently on your shoulder, more in a...
My children would be more upset to deny the act and to not show the affection. A very simple fear of that.
are definitely one of hers.
Okay. Oh, you missed out. Oberon totally got socked in the face by one of these automata. It was most cross I've seen him.
He admitted to making it did not go his way.
No, Talon built these quite resolute. It would actually take quite a force of will for one of us to even unmake them.
So, how much has been revealed in this? Because I had been trying to protect that trail from coming out for a while.
Not too much. He approached those that he knew were appropriate to approach. And Iden's gonna smile a little bit and go, most of the others aren't aware of him still.
Mm-hmm.
Probably for the best.
Oh, this is nice. Somewhere that I can't be pried into even by our eyes.
Oh, you mean the facility here?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Well, nice little secret meeting place. Of course, it's apparently yours, so I'll leave it as it were.
Yes, we are going to joint caretake. If you feel that's appropriate, he says with a smile.
I do. Hopefully you will not see fit to put me and Hea in here, as it seems to be the standing order.
No, not at all. You are part of what we originally wanted.
Well, I would love to hear about that someday.
You are aware about the original plan to unmake us.
Mm-hmm. I was originally brought in on that one.
That's my duty. Well, it is not out of hatred or at least not on all our parts. And he actually looks over sadly at Ilan, who is notably saying nothing. My opinion is sometimes things have to go away to make room for new. That's exactly what you and Hea bring into this world. And as the cycle of life is, I'd hoped, and you are confirmation, that we can be part of it.
I hope you can be too. But no, also I do not truly wish your harm or death.
Death is just rebirth.
The Fae do that all the time.
Most things do until we interfere.
I'm sorry for all the things we've done that may have been missteps with you.
I mourn each of my children that has been lost. All of them, those by your group's hands, and more. But they will come back.
I mean, Badriel came back.
That
Wherever you were told or whatever you said, they said happens to them isn't real, isn't what happens.
I've always felt it. There isn't an end. Not to anything, really.
And Maris brought Cassie back.
Yes. Now that is interesting. So, you have things to collect, a world to save, and should now have full-on access. If you do go into the other zone, be smart, be wise, very careful with what's in there.
Of course.
Well, I am going to take a look around.
Of course. By all means. If either of you happen to see like a blade with some like angel feathering on it, may have been used to do a horrible act to some brownies a few thousand years ago, just let me know where it's at. Thanks.
You might want to check Oberon's throne room, Ellen says.
Oh my god, did he literally hide it under his throne?
He may have dropped
He
it
basically
for...
told you as much.
Ellen smiles softly before giving you another embrace and starting to head off with his brother.
Not to do that.
Hide might not be the exact word so much as just randomly dropped because
Literally
he didn't
in a
care.
pile of crap somewhere with like a half-eaten roll and
Bored of
stuff
this
like
now.
that. Oh, bored of this.
Um,
Toss.
The other party...
As
There's my sub
yes.
roll.
after they had finished with Andrew, Shax will, or the hug with gift, and Shax will have offered his hand. Handshake.
Ellen seems momentarily perplexed, just not insulted, just this doesn't really happen. But he will take your hand awkwardly and just hold it.
Shax will shrug and go, I did not think I was on proper terms for hugging at this point in time.
Oh, well, as some of my favorites do, he actually shifts his hand up to clasp your forearm and pulls you in. Does not embrace you, but just pulls you closer.
Shax will return the gesture in kind.
Keep her safe.
I'll do everything in my power to.
And he will release you. Ilin does not reach out to take your hand or anything. He just inclines his head slightly. Imor, rather. I get these two mixed up all the time, I'll tell you that.
Guys.
Yeah. Yeah, Imor just...
the same head shake.
And he turns to follow his brother before pausing slightly and just looks back at you and goes, your sister's happy.
Thank you.
And he just nods and continues on. The other party. The robot has not resumed moving.
Automata, can you continue guiding us?
There is a little chime and going, not without orders.
Orders from whom?
Facility caretakers. Imor. Ilin. Talan. Gift and Greysteel.
Is it possible to contact them from here?
Yes.
Can you do so?
Yes.
Please do so.
Not without orders from facility caretakers.
I'm grabbing my communication bead.
Huh?
Jackson!
This goes through. There's no longer jamming going on.
Totally chilly.
Are you near Gifton? And apparently a pair of gods, maybe more.
I was. They only do anymore.
Hey, can you tell Gifton to tell the robots to let us go places, because apparently they won't move or guide us anywhere without permission now. We had permission. What happened to our permission?
Jax will call later to go. I think you need to give the robots new orders for permission. Apparently the one that they were following has stopped and refused to do anything.
Okay.
Shall we just go find them?
Yeah, one moment. Excuse me? Caretaking robot? Automata?
Chime.
You are currently with a group of my friends, a centaur, a human with black eyes, and
There is a unit within the vicinity, yes.
the trio there. Could you lead them down a hallway? Keep looping them back around until you lead us to them?
Affirmative.
Oh my god.
Back over where the other group, the other robot, just goes, please follow me.
You know, the worst part is I'm continuing to look at these doors. So you know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You're
gonna notice, yeah. Have you noticed anything interesting?
I'm going to do I'm going to make an in check just to see how long it takes for me to notice.
Oh,
I
the
like two
looping?
rotations, I think after, probably after the first, even, midway through the second, we'll probably catch up by that point.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll to see how good it is at taking you on a path that isn't entirely obvious.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm doing the dick move of going, and the party's gonna get reunited.
Okay, Carrick,
Yes.
you realize that it is just taking you on a non-direct route to nowhere. About 40 seconds
How
before
badly did it roll?
it actually rolled pretty good, which is why it actually got to take them pretty far. It rolled a 25.
40 seconds. I mean, we're moving 30 feet at 6 seconds.
Yeah. So by the time you realize and maybe stop and start to go, hey, what's going on? The other automata with Gifton and Raz and Shaxon will actually round the corner.
Oh, happenstance! We ran into you. Let's get on to that ammunition.
There is a soft chime from the one that was leading them, going, "I have led them to you."
Happenstance.
Yeah.
I've tempted to use what I found on you.
It appears that someone has been spending too much time in the fair.
You wouldn't want to cause me harm, would you?
It wouldn't cause you harm. I'm going to hold up the glove. It's called understanding.
Understanding, a harmful artifact.
What's that?
Why is it harmful?
Overrides beings' free will, forces alignment of desires, knowledge, understanding.
Oh, it does more than what they said. Interesting. We have to be careful what they tell us.
Does it override and not allow it to come back?
All tests conclude permanent change of perspective.
Interesting.
Huh.
It is interesting. It
Monstrous, but could be useful.
You that, but didn't tell us that.
But in that description, that appears to just be knowledge would indefinitely change your perspective.
Understanding and perspective are reached by accumulated knowledge.
Corvus is turning and walking.
To where?
I don't know.
Well, he's just walking off. All right, please lead us to the ammunition.
Please confirm. Which ammunition?
The ammunition that we were told that if it shoots something, it makes it cease to be.
There is a chime,
It's
and
a
it starts moving.
crossbow bolt or a bolt head of some sort, I believe.
It chimes and starts leading the way.
Unfortunately, it has no memory of our previous discussions.
As Corvus turned and just kind of walked off momentarily, then turned and followed the group again, he's putting his hands in his pockets. He's just kind of milling. But he's holding on to the golden leaf from the Fae.
You gonna let it go?
He's just trying to get a sense if there's any response that it would give him of any direction in this place.
You can't tell until you let it go, my friend.
Can't do it until you let it go. You gotta let it go.
That's how it works.
Gotta let it go.
You let go and it goes on the way.
He slowly begins to get further and further behind.
Mm-hmm.
And when they're 80 feet maybe behind, he's keeping quiet, just kind of doing his thing. He'll let it go.
Okay, you let the leaf drop out of your pocket, and as it starts to float and flutter seemingly unnaturally, starting to move in a direction, that is where we're going to end this week's session.
Oh!
It's fine. You're just gonna float back in his pocket.
Yeah. It's called the GM's taking a week to figure out what
Hell
the
yes.
hell he's gonna lead you to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're
I
gonna have to
wanted
have
to
a
get
talk.
it in before we left. That was my thing.
All right, okay. Everyone take let's call it 5,000 experience. Everyone will get their usual piety. You'll also get +1 with Imor, +1 with Ilan, and +1 with Talan.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I think I have. Yeah, I have one of these already. So we'll kick Kalan for. You said
I did not
I
spell
don't
the
get
one.
plus
Oh,
one
if anyone
with
has,
Obi-Wan?
yes, if anyone has Oberon piety, you can have +1 to Oberon.
is that
Yay!
Fae?
Fey piety, right?
Yeah, that's Fae
Unfortunately,
piety.
you can't have extra Oberon piety because you saw him fuck up and he doesn't like that. So
Right.
Okay.
And we will do this same time next week.